Testing, 1, 2, 3. Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. We'll call to order this meeting of the LACERA Board of Investments. And to begin, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Jude, if you wouldn't mind leading us. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You want me to do the reading first and then we do the ratifications?
If you'd like to, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones. This meeting is being conducted as a virtual and in-person meeting, so I will do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. Mr. Knox?
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Miss Mai? Me. Oh, me, sorry.
No problem.
Thank you. Mr. Santos?
Here.
Miss Martin?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Gatto?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Present.
Okay. Staff participating in the meeting include the following: CIO John Grable, CEO Santos Kryman, Deputy CIO Jude Perez, Deputy CEO Louis Lugo, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice, AEOs JJ Popovich, Interim CFO Ted Granger. And the investment staff presenting today include Esmeralda Del Bosque, Ron Sankanwa, and Adrian Gonzalez. Consultants presenting today will be Vinod Pakinathan, the managing director at Zeno and Solutions. We also have our consultants on site, Makita, Stepstone, and Alborn. Trustees, please use your raise your hand option to be placed in the queue. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute your mic until you're ready to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda.
Gotcha. And then, so ratification of officers is our first order of business.
1 second. Okay.
I'd move off the wall. Second?
Okay.
Roll call.
Yep. So Mr. Santos made the motion. Mr. Knox seconded. Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Miss Me?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Miss Martin?
Aye.
Mr. Gatto?
Aye.
And Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Okay, so Chair Jones will be our chair for the 2024 season.
Yeah, see, that's right. That's right. Okay, well, so good morning, everyone. It's odd to think that after 3 years that I'm actually sitting in this chair. But excited about the opportunity to work both with the existing colleagues I've gotten to know over the last 3 years, as well as up to 4 new ones. I know we have 3 with us here today, and then another one kind of in process. So before we get to the election of trustee members, just want to extend kind of a welcome to Trustee Me, Trustee Martin, and Trustee Gatto. I remember very much sitting in your chair at my very first meeting. And so I'm going to attempt to, just in terms of the rhythm and pace of at least the early meetings, as Keith and I have talked about, without meaning to be condescending or anything at all, we're going to kind of slow things down, make sure you kind of understand the regular flow of the meetings, also kind of allow things to breathe a little bit longer if you have any questions. There's no such thing as kind of a dumb question. If you want to get clarity on something, let's go ahead. And as long as it's in order, from the rules perspective, we'll do that. So we're very much looking forward to your participation and your input. Okay, so then election of committee members.
So the first item is going to be the Joint Organizational Governance Committee. So we need a nomination for one trustee.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Herman Santos.
Okay. We need a second.
No, only for a second.
Oh, no other nominations?
yes.
No other?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the absence of any other, we can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no other nominations or any other nominations? Okay, silence. Okay, so Mr. Santos is going to be the JUC C trustee member from the Board of Investments.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And then the second item is audit committee. So we need to nominate 3 trustees to the audit.
I'll nominate Trustee Martin.
2 more.
And I'll nominate Trustee Santos.
Okay. 1 more.
And the
Green.
Hmm?
Green.
That's right. Yeah, Green. I should
Okay.
remember which one, I want to make sure,
Jason Green.
even though he's not here.
Any other nominations? Okay, no other nominations. So Trustee Martin, Trustee Santos, and Trustee Jason Green will be on the audit committee.
Okay.
Okay. We can move on.
All right. So then the minutes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Trustee John.
What's that?
This one?
Oh, teleconference. You have to read that one.
Okay, so we don't have anybody joining us via teleconference, so we can move on to the next item.
All right. Now on to the approval of minutes.
Move approval?
Second.
Okay,
Paul?
so Mr. Knox made the motion, Trustee Santos seconded. Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Trustee Me? Aye. Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mrs. Martin? Yes. Mr. Gatto?
Aye.
And Chair Jones?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. 1 second. Let me just. Okay.
And then item 7, public comment. Understand that we have.
We have received public comment requests. The first person speaking today will be Jordan Fine. Jordan, you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Morning, my name is Jordan Fine. I'm a lead researcher with Unite Here, Local 11. Happy New Year to all the staff and board members, and particularly the new folks. Looking forward to working with you. As many of you know, Arias is owned by French private equity firm PAI through PAI Europe 7. LACERA committed $171 million to this fund in 2017, and according to data provider PitchBook, PAI Europe 7, a $6.3 billion fund, acquired Arias for $1.74 billion in 2019. We very much appreciate LACERA staff's ongoing engagement with PAI, but unfortunately, Arias, PAI, and LACERA still face an urgent crisis at LAX, where Arias employs over 400 Unite Here Local 11 members who have been attempting to negotiate a new contract since June 2022. Workers are asking for living wages that will enable them to provide for their families in Los Angeles, adequate staffing, and affordable health care and retirement benefits. We've returned to the board today because although many Arias workers make only $20 per hour, the company's latest proposal still provides 0 additional wage increases in 2023 and insufficient increases over the next 3 years. Arias members who've joined you today have now walked out on 2 one-day strikes at LAX. These are the first strikes LAX has seen in 20 years and have been covered by the Los Angeles Times, KCRW, and many other news outlets. We appreciate that LACERA staff and trustees share our values and understand that these issues present potential ESG, headline, and reputational risks to the fund. Unfortunately, despite 2 strikes and engagement by LACERA, the Washington State Investment Board, and the UAW retiree healthcare funds, Arias has failed to come to the bargaining table with a serious economic proposal that would resolve this dispute. Therefore, we urge LACERA to write a public letter to PAI expressing concern with the inability of the firm to mitigate ESG risks and maintain a constructive relationship with Unite Here Local 11 that would enable them to retain and even grow their business at airports in Southern California and Arizona, and that asks PAI executives to come before the Board of Investments to address how the firm plans to resolve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. The next person is going to be Elizabeth Mejia.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Mejia, and I have worked at the LAX for Arias for 11 years. I started as a prep cook and became a server. My 2 kids are on my healthcare plan, so healthcare and retirement benefits are very important to me. One of my kids was recently sick in the hospital for a whole week, and we would not have been able to afford it if it wasn't for our insurance. Both of my parents also don't have a retirement plan, and we are still working, and they're still working. So it's important that I have a pension plan so I don't have to keep working at that age like they are. I really think that it is wrong that Arias hasn't fixed these problems and that they take money from pension plans like LACERA, but aren't treating us right or providing us with a pension of our own. I know you have been talking to PAI, and I thank you for your work on this. But this but the company hasn't offered us a fair contract. Please publicly urge them to fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person will be Nikolai Dressback. You will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nikolai Dressbach, and I work as a bartender at 4 areas at LAX. I've worked for areas coming up next month for 11 years. Gotta be honest, my coworkers and I were kind of sick and tired of the way things are going at areas. My coworkers are fed up with the fight with areas to implement basic things that many of the other workers at LAX already have, which is a standard. Areas has yet to contribute a single cent into our pension fund. And we have another pending arbitration because areas failed to implement the auto gratuity, which cuts into tips for me, servers that work hard for it. At the same time, many of my hourly coworkers do not make enough money to make ends meet, and we can't keep going on like this. My coworkers and I have been on strike twice now since November, and to convince areas that things need to change. We are busy almost every day at LAX. We see the business coming back. We know our company stands to make even more money in the future. We are the backbone of the airport, and it's not fair for this company to continue to treat us like this. When we expressed our concerns to PAI in 2020, they fixed some of the problems and agreed to continue paying into our healthcare fund during the pandemic and resolve disputes with workers at Minneapolis and Detroit airports. We don't understand why the company hasn't settled a fair contract after you and other funds have reached out to them. Please, we ask publicly, urge PAI to resolve this dispute. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Our next item is our executive update, so our CIO report. Morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and trustees. I'm going to follow the chair's lead about breathing, and so I will breathe through the CIO report and walk through it in greater detail as this is the beginning of the year. With that, staff, we look forward to working with all the returning and the new trustees. So we're looking forward to a very constructive and productive year. So if we can begin on slide 4, please. So this slide shows global market performance as of December 31st, 2023. It's the performance of major capital markets through the prior month end, which here is December 31st. On this slide, we can gain insight into portfolio performance prior to the closing of our performance books for that month. We don't close the December books until some point in January. So the numbers you see in this month's performance report are for the period ending as of the end of November. So this gives us a peek into what our portfolio looks like as of the end of December. Over time, the pension has performed well against benchmarks, and we have generated alpha or outperformance, but there are prevailing gravitational forces for our portfolio. And those principally are public equity markets and investment grade fixed income, both of which are represented at the top of the page. And it shows returns for the month all the way going back to 10 years. Those are the gravitational forces of our portfolio. Any drastic differences in terms of our performance and the performances of these markets, not just at the top, but throughout this page, would probably represent, excessive risk in the portfolio, in that these really do guide and shape the performance of the fund as a whole. So what we can see on this slide is through the end of 2023, global equity markets were up 21.6%. And that you can see where it says MSCI ACWI IMI on the upper left, global equity markets, that is our benchmark. And that is outstanding performance. If you think about, if we were to play the video from this meeting a year ago, everyone was talking about recession. And yet the markets, after a very strong third quarter, which you can see here, the 3-month return of being over 11%, the year shaped out to be very different. And that's one of the reasons why we don't time markets, because we never know what's going to happen. That's why we have a diversified portfolio. On the right, notwithstanding actions by the central bank, the Fed, investment grade fixed income was up 5.5% for the calendar year. This was after a period where fixed income had maybe its worst year going back over 150 years or so. So the markets are dynamic, and what happens with investment grade fixed income and global equities really does shape the performance of the fund as a whole. On this slide and the chart in the middle on the bottom, we added a new row, which we call a reference portfolio, which is the 60-40, which is kind of a proxy for the performance of a simple or naive diversified portfolio. That type of portfolio was up 15.2% for the year. That is not our benchmark, but it's an indication. If we turn to the next slide, the next several slides show some macro indicators. These charts are not decisive, but contextualize aspects of the macro environment in which we invest. And I'll focus on one, which is the chart on the upper right, the 10-year Treasury yield. For us, and for any institutional investor, the cost of capital really is everything. It is the building block for our capital market expectations, and we'll review that over the next couple of months as we work collectively with Committe on developing capital market assumptions and potentially evolving our strategic asset allocation. And why I picked the chart in the upper right is the 10-year Treasury probably is the single largest determinant in asset allocation, where that yield is. That's the most important number, if there is one number, in terms of the portfolio. If we turn to slide 8, on this slide, the team identifies some recent themes in the markets. These are items of interest that we flag. This is not the Wall Street Journal. It's not in-depth reporting or breaking news, nor is it an op-ed page. The takeaway from this slide really is from an oversight perspective that it's important for us in this report and in everything that we do, it's important at times to zoom out and focus. So this page maybe is zooming out a bit in terms of some kind of macro factors or themes and items that we're watching, and then we focus. So we zoom out and then we zoom in. And as it relates to focusing, we could see some of that focus on the next slide. Thank you. On this slide, we can see the performance for the pension for the month ending November. I mentioned on slide 4 that is more current information. That's through December. This slide, there is a 1-month lag. It takes us a while to close our performance books, and there's a significant undertaking to close those books. When we close our accounting books, which we do once a year, that's an even more involved effort. Performance books, we close monthly. On this slide, we can see that the assets under management, total market value in the bottom left is $74 billion, is where we finished the month of November. After a couple of down months, it was a very strong month. As that indicator from slide 4 showed that December, we should expect a strong month, and a kind of a peek into the portfolio is it is likely that we close December at a high water mark. It may not be a total high water mark on a intraday basis, but for a month end, it's likely that December will be a high water mark for the fund, and what a great way to end a calendar year for us. And I see some smiles, so in the concept of breathing, maybe that's something that we can continue to reflect upon.
And John, that high water mark is greater than 75 billion in
Yes,
assets.
yes. It's likely that we saw on slide 4, I believe that reference portfolio, the 60-40 portfolio, was up over 4.7% for the month. I would expect that because we have less public equity in the portfolio, our allocation is 32% or so. That will probably be around 3-ish% or so. So 3% on $74 billion plus or minus is a fantastic monthly move, considering that our target return, our actuarial target is 7% a year. So 3% in a month after a 4.2% month is spectacular. But it's something that we should not anticipate. This is an anomaly in that we don't expect the portfolio to have this type of move. That's if we did, we would be able to time markets. Here we have a diversified portfolio because markets are so uncertain. And as I mentioned, the fund returned net in November 4.2%. The word net is very important in that we show all our performance numbers net. I don't know what you do with gross numbers. You market gross numbers. We're not marketing. We're looking to pay retirement benefits today, tomorrow, and into the future. And you can only do that with net numbers, as far as I'm concerned.
And minimize employer contribution.
Absolutely, yes.
Very important.
Also on this slide, the two other items that I'll mention, cash. We finished the month with just over $1 billion in cash, and that we try to keep about $1 billion on the books at all times, and that is somewhat of a representative of, we like to have 3 months of benefit payments on hand, and that's about $1 billion. So we always, if you look at, sometimes we're over that, but we rebalance and we try to best monitor inflows and outflows to stay around that mark. It's also a critical aspect of business continuity planning. Over the last 4 or 5 years or so, we've really escalated and had live tabletop exercises. And we actually had a real one, if you think about the COVID period. But business continuity is critical, and cash is an essential element of that business continuity planning. The Sharpe ratio in the top middle is a return per unit of risk, or kind of a volatility measure. That's something that we always look to optimize the return per unit of risk of the fund. It's an important measure for us. It's not declarative or determinative, but it is an important measure. Our asset allocation by functional category is on the right, and that and we're as we have elsewhere in the presentation, we were right on target as it relates to our asset allocation. There's some more details on the next page. This slide shows performance for the two pools that we oversee: the pension, which is the larger of the two plans, and the OPEB trust. On this slide, we can see the different portfolios and their functional components, benchmarks. We can see time periods going back to 10 years, our allocation, our actual allocation versus targets. And there'll be much more detail as opposed to this snapshot on one page. We have a quarterly performance book. We actually have 2 of them, actually 4 of them. One for the pension, one for OPEB, one from staff, and 2 from staff, 2 from the consultants. So that is prepared on a quarterly basis, and it will be either, it's with a lag, obviously, so that will probably be February or March when we have the next quarterly performance books. As it relates to OPEB, OPEB finished November at $3.2 billion. That likely finished the year also at a high water mark. So, 2 high water marks, is even better news. The 1-month return for the OPEB trust, you can see here, is 6.6%, and that's higher than the pension. And that is attributed to a higher allocation to public equity for OPEB than the pension has. The OPEB, however, is more sensitive to market movements, so it'll have higher ups and greater downs compared to market because of the greater reliance as of now on public markets. We have performed well, as we can see on this slide. Over the long term, we've had very good performance against our benchmarks. And as it relates to benchmarks, later this morning, Makita, our advisor, will go through a presentation about benchmarking. Next slide. The next several slides focus on risk, and we can probably spend hours on these slides. And what I'd rather recommend is that we go into greater detail when we review the calendar 23 performance with that quarterly performance book. So, over the next, either the February or the March meeting, when we review the quarterly performance, we'll go into more detail because there are many more risk metrics in that book. The bottom chart is a recent addition to the CIO report. Here we show the excess performance against our benchmark. And as we can see, this table goes back a decade. And over the last decade, we've outperformed the policy and the actuarial, benchmark by about 13%. 13% over that period translates to about $10 billion. $10 billion out of a $74 billion plan is material. That's fantastic. And this goes back to Trustee Santos's comments about minimizing, employee and employer contributions. That type of outperformance does precisely that. Slides 12 and 13 are redesigned slides using the comprehensive risk system that we utilize. And there's a lot on these two slides. So I'll try to if we can go back to slide 12, please. A takeaway, for me, the main takeaway from this slide is in the bottom middle where it says total fund asset allocation, capital-based versus risk-based risk metrics. And the main takeaway is that this is why we have a diversified portfolio. When we compare capital weighting in the portfolio to risk weighting, and here by risk we mean volatility, an example we can see is that on a capital weighting, growth is 53% of our assets. And if you move to the column to the right, it's 78% of our forecast volatility. Risk reduction, on the other hand, is 18% of our capital in the left column and only 2% of our forecast volatility. So allocating to just those two different asset categories allows us to better balance risk, position the portfolio to perform in multiple economic states. And we can't do that if we just focus on capital asset weighting of the portfolio. We have to recognize that different asset categories perform in different environments and really allow us to perform and not have a single-threaded portfolio. And this is extremely important as LACERA is a mature pension. Our benefit payments exceed contributions, so we're negative cash flow, which means that the cost of losses, is significant for us. Now we can go to slide 13.
Excuse me, Mr. Grable. So when you talk about negative cash flow, let's say on an annual basis, what are we talking about? $1 billion to $1 billion?
Ballpark $1 billion or so.
$1 billion. So the $1 billion have to come from return on the investments,
Yes.
right? So it's something, in my mind, it's important to remember that while all this is great, we still have to be diligent and do what we have to do, because we have, $12 billion on funded liability? And like $20 billion on funded liability on the OPEB. It's serious numbers. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then I would just also add that then collectively as a board, then, and I think you kind of highlighted it, that our risk posture, because of that negative cash flow, is that, we need to be sure that we're astute around that, because a miss has a higher pain impact because of that negative cash flow on things of that nature. So just a part of the consciousness, I know it took me a while to kind of understand, risk management's one thing, but risk management relative to our particular scenario and what it dictates that we should or should not be doing is really important.
The consequences of losses are significant when you're cash flow negative. It's hard to make up that dollar that you've lost.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
So on this slide, we detail what we refer to, on the top as tracking error. And tracking error is how our portfolio differs from our benchmarks. And Total fund tracking error is on the upper left of the slide where it says, 1.33%. And directionally, it is, I would say, tight and consistent. And that you could see kind of in the chart in the middle top of the page. And there are two components here of tracking error. One is allocation risk and the other is selection risk. We can see that the allocation effect is minimal. And that really is our deviation from asset category targets. So on slide 10, and we don't have to go back, we show that growth, our target is 53% of the portfolio, and that the actual as of the end of November was 52.9%. So that's a really, we've gotten a lot better as a group rebalancing the portfolio, and that deviation or that allocation risk, it really is minimal. The selection effect is how we try to generate incremental returns and or reduce risks in the individual portfolios. So one way to think about that is that's about security selection. And so that's how our individual portfolios differ from the benchmark. And one way we express that is through active management. So it's appropriate that that selection risk is greater than the allocation risk in terms of total fund tracking error. So I'll allow that to breathe for a second as we turn to the next slide. So this slide, 14 and 15, both show geographic exposure of the total pension fund. And here we show it by country of domicile. So an example of that is Apple. Apple generates less than 50% of its sales in the US. I looked it up, before the meeting, and it's about 44% or so. Yet for purposes of this slide, Apple is a US-based company, so 100% of this exposure on this chart for Apple is in the US category. So just because it's by country of domicile, we don't look through the portfolio or the individual companies. And as you can see on this slide, the USA, 70.2%, so a preponderance of our exposure by domicile are to investments in the United States. And much of this bias is attributed to three things. First is US government bonds. Our risk reduction category is in US government bonds. So with that, there is a home country bias. The US capital markets are the largest capital markets in the world. The global equity benchmark that I referenced on slide 4 is the ACWI All Country World Investable Market Index. The ACWI IMI is, as of now, 61% US based. So the global capital markets are just on a capital weighting perspective, because the US is the largest capital markets in the world. If we were just to invest, our equity portfolio isn't going to be 30% US. It's 60+%, based upon the weightings of our benchmark. And also there's some aspect of intentionality in terms of our exposures. One of our investment beliefs is that we are a global investor, but I think it's important for us to be mindful that our liabilities we have dollar-based liabilities. So, and that's maybe why for some of that non-US investments, we do hedge currencies, just because we need to be mindful of that we pay out dollars and we take in dollars.
Hold on real quick, John. Trustee Knox, did you have a?
Yes, thank you, Chair Jones. A quick question. Were we at 70% previously US, year ago, last year?
I can get the answer by the end of the meeting.
Just curious. I don't remember seeing 70, but
I think it was around there.
maybe it was close, but just struck me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just circle back.
We can have an answer very quickly. Slide 15, which we can skip to 16, but 15 shows the same information by our functional asset categories. On slide 16, I mentioned liquidity management is key to our investment program, given that we're cash flow negative. And this illustrates the change in our net fiduciary position by month. This is, as it indicates on the top, this is not audited. We audit the books, on an annual basis. This in some ways is a proxy for cash flow for the fund. And so if we look at the November column, shows that our net position increased by almost $2.9 billion. That's a big number. The additions are member and employer contributions, which is about 250 million. I'm not going to guess the color there, but the bluish, you get our Lucky Charms out. The net investment gains is the biggest variable on this table if you look across the months, and that is billions on this page. The deductions are benefit payments and refunds, which is about 325 million in November. So once again, going back to the question about cash flow negative, that 325 million is greater than the member and employer contributions, which shows the need for investment gains. And we don't have investment gains every month if you look at the prior 3 months, but we're dependent upon investment gains given that we are a mature pension. And there's also an element of this, it's not very visible just because of scale, but our administrative expenses, think about LACERA's budget, which goes to both boards. And once again, it's a very important number, but the scale is dwarfed by the other components on this page. Slide 18. This is, one of my favorite slides, and I'll get to why. The left column shows our monthly rebalancing activities. We rebalance in some instances monthly, sometimes daily, sometimes less frequently. This is in the normal course of business as we get capital calls, as we receive distributions, returns from investments, as well as when we fund new mandates. On the upper right, where it says hedges and overlays, and this is why this is one of my favorite slides, this is alpha. These programs on the upper right, where it says currency hedge and cash rebalance and overlay, these programs are designed to mitigate risks. Currency we hedge right now, 50% of the developed market currencies in our global equity portfolio. This goes back to the discussion about our liabilities being dollar based. So the currencies that we hedge, think the Japanese yen, the euro, and while the program we can see here was down in November, we've had a $1.5 billion gain since this program was implemented in 2010. And this, once again, was designed to mitigate risks, yet it's had a positive return, which is fantastic. The cash overlay is a newer program, which was started, I believe, in 2019. And that allows us to simultaneously hold sufficient cash to pay benefits, to be at that $1 billion mark, and remain invested and shrink that allocation effect, stay closer to our strategic asset allocation targets. And this is that allocation effect on slide 13 that we discussed. Here we can see in the month of November, we generated $121 million in gains just by, staying closer to our strategic asset allocation targets. That's powerful. I mean, if we think about LACERA's annual operating budget, it's less than that $121 million. So, I think that it really is powerful in multiple dimensions. And here it shows inception to date gain of about $400 million in less than 5 years. And just a couple more slides. Slide 20. In some ways, this is a catch-all slide. This shows some of our projects, including a educational library, which I know the chair's been asking for trustees. It indicates that we're working on our strategic asset allocation exercise. On this slide, we show salient news about business partners here. We discuss an event with a global equity manager. On the right, we show what is key to us, the importance of human capital. We have vacancies on our team currently. We have 8 vacancies, several of which, as it's indicated here, are in progress. To anyone who's thinking of applying, both current employees and people listening, I encourage everyone to monitor our postings and apply for positions in the investment office. It's a great place to work. A couple more slides. Yes, it is shameless, but I think that it is what we do collectively is important. We've got a great mission, and it's a great place to help meet that mission to our members. Slides 22 and 23 are what we call, the staff charts of the month. We kind of crowdsource that from any member of the team. Anyone can suggest adding kind of a chart, graph, or table that's relevant, timely, interesting, and not covered elsewhere in the report. So that's more for your perusal. And then in the appendix, we detail firms with whom we are in a quiet period. So with that, Mr. Chair, sorry for the long report, but happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Any questions? Okay, go ahead. Trustee Mee. Trustee Mee, do you have your mic on? Yeah.
Thank you for the report. It's the first time that I'm reading the whole report of full appreciation, since it's my job to read the report now. So I didn't want to interrupt your the flow of presentation, so I kept my question at the end. Hope that worked. Starting from the beginning. I want to make a comment on this slide 6, the key macro indicators. If you can go to slide
move to 6.
6.
Thank you.
Right. So in the slide 6 here, all other indicators shows that we have really healthy economy in the U.S., right? So although, on the top left corner, the consumer confidence, I have a little bit different view. I think consumer is not market. So especially in the US, people sometimes spend more than what they should, borrow more than they should. So it's a healthy indicator, but there's a little bit, I would have a note there. So my biggest comment would be on the top, the bottom right corner, the total debt to GDP ratio. So this one is the one that stands out to me the most. So if you look at the ratio here, pre-COVID, we have debt to GDP ratio of 40. And then my understanding is that the healthy ratio will be 90 and below. So today in this nation, I would assume this chart for the US, right? So we have 120 of the debt to GDP ratio. So is that something we should be watching for? Is this something alarming? And what would that be the implication to our investment?
Trustee Mee, through the chair, I think these are more reference in terms of what is happening. I don't think that I or the team necessarily have the perspective, insight to necessarily change the data. I think this is the environment against which we invest, and this is why we have a diversified portfolio, because we don't try to time markets or predict things. I think that commentary, I agree about total debt to GDP. The numbers are alarming, but in terms of a specific action, I think it's important for us to monitor it and construct a strategic asset allocation based upon how this may impact prospective forward capital market expectations. But in terms of specific actions to any table, I don't necessarily know that we time the markets or macro events for specific portfolio actions.
And part of the history of that, I think that was, if I recall correctly, that was Trustee Kelly
Yeah.
that I think had an interest in that and just wanted to see it. It wasn't just kind of a macro reflection, not anything specific to our portfolio.
Right. I mean, we operate in this macroeconomy, right? That's why we have all these slides. We're watching it. Keep eyes on those, items that you have. The next slides while we watch it. I feel like it's something personally humble opinion. I feel like something's concerning. We should be watching for, especially when the Fed say they may cut rate, in the upcoming year. We all doing the prediction how many times they're gonna cut. So I'm thinking like if they cut rate this year, would that debt to GDP ratio even worse from here?
And I don't necessarily have an answer to that. I don't want to predict what the Fed will do and how that will play out through the economy, because it's not, there are two aspects to this, part of which is the strength of the consumer, which was mentioned, as well as, fiscal spending, at state and federal levels, which impact this. So I think that there's a lot of activity in both the numerator and the denominator with parties that are external to LACERA. So I think I agree that it's important for us to monitor, but specific actions, I don't want to, I'm kind of out of my pay grade as it relates to articulating what will happen to either GDP or total debt of the economy.
Thank you. I have other question. Let me go down this. I'm just trying to understand all the presentation here. I feel like it's important to take my time, to go over the slides and understand it as my job. So on slide 10, right. So here, the result, on the top right chart, is showing that our performance 3 years and 5 years, 10 years of measurement, fantastic, right? Are all above benchmark. So all the shorter terms of measurement, 1 year and less, it shows less than benchmark. Is this a certain significance in the length of measurement in the performance here? Is it related to market cycle or something?
Our performance against benchmark, Trustee Me and Mr. Chair and trustees, part of the answer will be discussed when Makita makes a presentation later this morning about what makes good benchmarks. Some of our asset categories, for example, private equity, where our benchmark is a spread to public markets, is not investable. And we have other, our hedge fund benchmark is cash plus a spread. So some of these, private investments or illiquid investments have non-investable benchmarks, whereas public equity, we can just invest in the benchmark. So in shorter time periods, much of the anomaly is because of those spreads and because of lack of investable benchmarks. I would say that that's the biggest shortcoming in these prior periods. With that said, I, in all periods, want to beat benchmarks, but if we beat every single benchmark in every single time period, that means that we may have the wrong benchmarks, because we want benchmarks to hold ourselves accountable to figure out how we improve as opposed to marketing how great we are.
Thank you. That, answer my question. Slide 11. Hang in there with me. So first meeting, do want to learn. On this slide here, again, benchmark. I know that we have a presentation about benchmark later. So on the bottom chart here, we have a benchmark chart. Like you mentioned earlier, some of the benchmarks not investable, right? And then this, assuming this benchmark is an entire portfolio benchmark. So where do we get that historical data of performance of benchmark here?
Trustee Me, we track benchmarks. So this is just our actual data, our performance against our benchmark over time. So this is our data.
So our whole entire portfolio, we have different subcategory of benchmark, right? And then this benchmark is it accumulate of the whole portfolio benchmark, and then there's a way to track that data?
This is the performance of, we have different benchmarks. We have benchmarks at the individual mandate level. We have benchmarks at the, as we roll that up to different asset categories, to functional categories, to the total fund, and that total fund benchmark is reflected in, and we have data going back decades. So this is that our actual performance against our actual benchmark.
Thank you.
And those are all calculated monthly. You'll see when we do the quarterly performance books that they're in there. You can see the history of the benchmarks over time that goes back, as John said, decades. That's all contained within State Street, calculated also independently by staff and then by us. So 3 different kind of sources of the record of the actual returns and also the benchmark returns.
Benchmarks important. I'm looking forward to the presentation and education materials. Coming down, next slide 12. So I'm looking at slide 12, the top right corner, right? So the subcategory volatility here. For the last one on the right side, non-core private real estate, it looks like much higher volatility than benchmark. Is this a certain challenge in that subcategory investment? That's why we have higher volatility?
And I apologize, I can't see on the monitor in front of me. This is forecast volatility. Real estate does have higher volatility, so yes, if that's what the question is. And this is non-core real estate, so these are not fully leased buildings per se. These may be things where there is some development involved and repositioning of property. So it is, and if you combine that with certain uncertainties and challenges in the real estate market, thank you. So that is, so yes, and also what was shared with me is that the benchmark also includes publicly traded real estate investment trusts, which are more volatile than the market as a whole.
Then I'll probably turn my question to our consultant. So if the outperformance like 30% volatility compare benchmark 18%, what that difference is this something we should look into again, how we chose that benchmark for this category? Just the idea.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the ones where there is some benchmark imperfection, and you're looking at the trade-offs between sort of real-world considerations and what you can measure. So in the case of the non-core benchmark, that's basically building off of core and adding a premium to it. That premium is stable over time. The actual investments underlying that in any shorter time period will tend to exhibit much higher volatility. So for those types of benchmarks, some are very relevant on a quarterly or monthly basis, and some are only more relevant once you look over a 3, 5, 10-year time period. And that tends to be the case across all of the private market categories. And you'll see that later in the presentation.
One other thing, Mr. Chair, to add to that is our non-core exposure is relatively small compared to other aspects of the portfolio.
I just saw that in the review. On this slide, the middle part of it, middle bottom, John, I agree with you. I should call Mr. Graver. I do like that chart in the middle, the bottom middle of it. I'm thinking, what would show even better, bigger picture is that if we can add the other column showing the return of each category. So you have a column showing assets allocation, you have a column showing the weight of the risk for each category, right? If you have a column to show the returns of each category, I think that will show the big picture even better. Just a suggestion.
All right, any other questions?
Let me see. Sorry. Slide 16. This one just checking my understanding on slide 16 here. So for the net investment income, right, the purpose is what we'll look at the most. So assuming that's a realized gain and loss, right?
It's not necessarily realized. This is the change month over month in the portfolio, realized and unrealized.
So it's the value, the total market value of portfolio, the
Yes.
change of it. I was assuming that was a realized return that in cash, measured in cash. All right, so that's fine. The total, the net of it shows our total market value increased by 3.3 after all the payout. Is that right? For this year, 23 on the second row.
On the bottom, the chart, Mr. Chair and Trustee Mee, shows the several things. And I think it was Mr. Knox who may have asked several years ago, just in terms of to put information about how this sums and totals over the course of a year, and then looking back over several years. So this just shows and once again, these aren't audited numbers. This is a monthly snapshot aggregated going back years and trued up each month, but it shows number of positive months, negative months, and just does a simple summation of the data.
So 3.3 billion is a net increase in our total market value of our.
By the measure of fiduciary net position, yes. Because it takes the change in market conditions for the fund and adjusts it for inflows and outflows.
I like this slides also show the cash flow, right? I do want to make a comment on the tiny small line of administrative expense on this chart in the cash flow. As you can see, it's really minor. So my comment is that we need top talents, from the industry to perform to get the return of the money that we made in the proper, the net investment. With the tiny cost, to the staff, to hiring talents, to get that performance. Just my comment. I feel like it's important for the public to know, that money we spend in salary, in compensation to attract talents is well compensated with the return here. That's all my comment. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Graver.
Any other questions for John while we have him? Yeah, Trustee Kato.
Great. So I just want to quickly address the public comments. When I hear about labor problems like that, I smell risk. I smell investment risk. It just seems to me like there might be something brewing there that is a little bit concerning. So I do think it's a good idea that we do ask that company to come in and maybe address what's going on, answer our questions, be able to answer what they're doing to minimize the labor risk.
Trustee Gatto, let me, as a matter of order on the public comments, we, in order to discuss those, that needs to be agendized. And secondarily, again, just from a function of order, and Stephen, if you need to come up, because we're a limited partner, and as a part of being a limited partner, there's a confidentiality constraints that we have within it, which is another reason why we're not kind of permitted to discuss those items publicly from that matter. But by all means, you can trust that we're engaging, the staff has been engaging over a long period of time in that regard. So I just want to make sure that we don't get out of order or down a rabbit trail.
Okay, well, maybe we can put it in a CIO report at the next meeting and we can talk about it, or is that you're saying that's something that would have to be discussed in closed session?
Yeah, I think it would have to be closed session because again, there are constraints based on our LP agreement that keeps it out of the public discussion.
Okay. All right. Maybe we can do that at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But thank you, Trustee Gatto. Okay, any other comments? So again, while we have John, before we move on to CEO Santos' report? Okay.
We're gonna do the member spotlight.
Oh, why don't we break up the flow a little bit with a little bright spot with the member spotlight. Sorry, just
okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations.
Thank you.
So please join me in taking a moment to recognize and celebrate the members selected for this month's member spotlight. Our Spotlight program is all about recognizing the hardworking members who serve the constituents of LA County, to celebrate their contributions to our community, and to provide us a moment to reflect on why we do what we do. We are here to serve those who serve our community. And so this month's member spotlight shines on Gloria D. Orazi, who is a traffic secretary for the Sheriff's Department, and she's been working in a similar capacity for about 25 years with the Sheriff's Department, and takes great pride in her work. And she is looking forward to retiring and having a relaxing retirement, just enjoying herself, catching up on the things that she needs to do in her health and rest, and enjoying her hobbies. So we recognize Gloria D. Orazi for her service to the community, and thank her for reminding us and why we're here and what we're doing here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And just for the benefit of our new trustees, this is a relatively new addition, I think just within the last year. I can't even remember who suggested it. It might have been David Green. Just as a way, kind of staying mindful of this is why we do what we do from that perspective. So we appreciate JJ and his team doing the work on this. All right, so without further ado, then Santos with the CEO report.
Thank you. I first wanted to welcome Trustee Me, Trustee Gatto, and Trustee Martin to the Horseshoe, and appreciate your service and your willingness to share your talents with ourselves as well as our 192,000 members, who we have a fiduciary obligation to make sure that we do our job.
92?
Yeah, 192.
The 192.
So we're growing significantly.
So we have to get to 100 billion soon.
Yeah, we're going to get there. We have a good plan in place. So I did want to also thank Trustee Jones and Trustee Knox for agreeing to serve as the chair and vice chair for this 2024 season. And so we look forward to working with you, and just let us know if there's anything that you all need to make sure that you have all the information you need to make the decisions that you're called upon to make. I did attach my report. I wanted to just highlight a couple of things in terms of recruitment. We completely agree with Trustee Me that we have to make sure that we hire the talent that Mr. Grable needs in order to manage the fund and to make prudent investment decisions moving forward and recommendations. And so we're in the process of working with Mr. Grable to make sure that he has the tools and the human resources that he needs in order to accomplish his particular goal. And to the extent Mr. Grable is successful, we're all going to be successful. And so we keep that in mind as we start making decisions in terms of our budget process that's coming forward in the not too distant future. So I also wanted to make sure that you're aware that we're in the process of doing a Board of Retirement offsite and preparing that. All of the Board of Investment trustees are invited to that offsite. I think it would be a good opportunity for you to learn a little bit about the pension administration side of the shop as opposed to just the investment side. So we're planning on doing that in February, but we're looking at, there's a possibility that we may have to move that particular date. We're working with Chair Kehoe on the Board of Retirement to identify a venue and to also schedule that particular meeting. So I did want to make sure that I extended that offer. So it'll be either in February, March, and possibly April, but we'll keep you posted on that. I did also wanted to just briefly go through a couple of items that I think are important for our new trustees as well as our returning trustees to know. As Mr. Grable mentioned, we're at a $74 billion mark at this point in time. Mr. Grable is responsible for investing, generating the income, and also safeguarding the assets. And he does a tremendous job, and his staff do a tremendous job of doing that. His asset allocation strategy has been vetted over and over, and it's proven to be quite successful, as you can tell by the returns that you've seen. But I did want to mention that he generates the money, we actually get to distribute it on our side. And so I did want to make sure that you were aware that the fund at this particular point in time is approximately 80% funded. So that's important for you all to know that we're doing a really good job of making sure that we're trying to increase that as we move forward. Investments is the driver of that. Did want to also let you know that in terms of contributions, the employee contributions that come in, I believe it's, the investment returns make up about 70% of the funds that are needed. The employer returns are about 21% is provided by the County of Los Angeles, and the balance is provided by employee contributions. And so that's included in my CEO report in terms of the dashboard. So I would encourage you to take a look at that. And there's a lot of really good statistics involved in that. I did want to let you know also that on average, we retire about 3,500 employees every year. We do about 2/3 of the retirements between January and March. And so we call this our March Madness period. And so I did want to let Mr. Popovich talk very briefly about what that entails in terms of trying to process 2/3 of the applications for retirement over a 3-month period.
So that's this is our busiest time of the year, and so what we see generally is starting in about November, we start to see an increase in the number of people approaching us requesting information for retirement, and so you'll generally see a spike in calls and a spike in visits to our member service center starting in that time frame, and that will continue all the way through March. And then on the processing side of the house, it also increases the number of retirement estimates that we have to process and eventually the retirement elections we have to process. So last year, over a 3-month period, we did about 476 retirements per month. And that compares to about 170 retirements per month for the rest of the year. So that's, a time. And what we do is we shift resources. We reallocate staff to processing those. Sometimes we extend a little bit our service delivery on some other items, very minor changes. We do overtime. So when you're looking from a budget perspective, you'll see that member services and benefits has a little bit of overtime in there. And that's typically because during March Madness, we run a lot of overtime shifts to keep up with the demand. And we're very successful in doing that. We meet our service levels on getting people retired on time, getting them paid on time. We'll also see a spike of calls and information requests in April as people get their first benefit payment too. So it kind of extends a little bit over. But that gives you a very short, brief window into what occurs during this time of the year.
Yeah. So on an annual basis, we require from Mr. Grable about $4.6 billion in benefit payments to our members. And on average, we're approximately the average payment to our members is approximately $4,900 a month. And so I wanted to make sure that I shared those statistics with you all, being the first meeting. There's a lot more information in the CEO dashboard report. And with that, I'd be more than happy to stand for questions.
Go ahead.
Actually, I have a comment. Thank you very much for your presentation. Yesterday I met with the benefit staff, and I wanted to really take a moment to recognize the young lady in the front counter. When I came in, there was a little confusion about the appointment that I had, and she was just so polite. And she just said to me, I don't have you on the list, but don't worry about it. Let me see what we can do. Very respectful and very friendly. And that's the type of customer service that we expect. And so I really want to recognize that young woman. I just don't forget, I never got the name. And also, of course, I met with the benefit specialist. Again, very helpful, very knowledgeable, which is really important. My wife with me, I want to make sure that she fully understood her benefits and what she's entitled to, especially with healthcare, which is really important and somewhat confusing. Medicare, Senior Advantage and things of that nature that can be overwhelming for our members. So again, I'd really like to publicly recognize the tremendous work that the staff does. I have tremendous respect, as you know, for the investment staff because I have been here for the past 19 years or so. I have seen how you work, but very little interaction with the benefit staff, except even when I was in the Board of Retirement. but it's just so wonderful to be able to experience it personally, because the way I was treated, and I don't believe that the lady in the front counter knew who I was.
She didn't.
She didn't. Good.
Some guy out front.
All right.
Doesn't have an appointment.
So, again.
Which is good, right?
Again, please, make sure that, you recognize,
Thank you.
the tremendous, customer service, etiquette that you show.
Since you mentioned that to me before the meeting, I've already sent a note off to the supervisor and to recognize the both of them. So thank you very much. So the lady you met in the front desk is Tina Ward. And Bill Lindstrom is the individual that counseled with you. And for the new trustees, that counseling session usually runs about an hour or so, and it's a very in-depth counseling session when we do that. And we do it over the phone. If members have time, we'll do the same counseling over the phone. So it's in-depth, comprehensive. We want to make sure everybody understands, what their benefits are and what choices they have to make.
And I think post-pandemic, it's virtual too.
Yeah, virtual too, absolutely. We do about, I would say about 30%, 40% virtual, and the rest are in person at the moment. We just really want to make sure that we take the time with our members, because it's the biggest life decision they're going to make at that point of their career, their life, and it will impact the rest of their life. And so we want to send them off and get them set up so that we can take care of them for the remainder of their time.
Yeah, there's a rumor that that Disneyland is the happiest place on earth. But if you've ever spent any time in the member services center after one of those counseling sessions, I can tell you that the happiest place on earth is the member services center with people exiting. So, thank you.
Super, thank you very much, Santos. Any other questions for Santos while we have? Yeah. And welcome, Jason didn't get a chance to say hi when you first came in, Trustee Green, and David, for that matter, Trustee Green.
I fell prey to the Southern California traffic. Took me an hour to get out of Ventura County. So, but yeah, I want to echo what my fellow trustees said, in the fact that just looking at the chart from January last year with the service center, I mean, there's way less red, significantly. The callback is almost nil, and down to 10% and stuff like that. And obviously coming off the heels of COVID and everything else, and the lack of staff, and I want to, to JJ and all the staff in this, it's the contact point for our membership, and it's, seeing this, these numbers come back, really, it's a testament to you guys' efforts and the hiring and whatnot. And again, I commit to, ensuring you guys have the tools to do what you need to do. And,
Thank you. Santos, I had one question.
Getting those positions filled. So thank you for that. Yeah. And congratulations. Good job.
Sorry about that, Trustee Green. Just one question. I know I asked this in the pre-meeting meeting with Makita, and so, but the 20% vacancy rate, I think since I've first been here, that seems to be the kind of persistent stasis, is that, kind of like full employment used to be 4%, and then, we can do even better. Do you anticipate over the next year or two that the gap between budgeted positions and what we're able to get in at any one time, minus attritions or whatever else, is going to stay around 20%? Do you see in the labor environment a chance to improve marginally upon that vacancy rate at all?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's actually stronger than anticipated. I fully expect that number is going to come down. I'm not sure exactly what percentage, but some of the delay in hiring has been that we needed to make some hires and some decisions on the management level, because I wanted to make sure that the managers that came in, the new ones, had the ability to interview the staff that they're going to manage.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so we no longer have vacancies on the division managers level. We're making an appointment on the chief financial officer in the next 30 days. And so we're on a steady path. We've engaged outside consultants to assist us with recruitment on John's positions as well as Mr. Rice's positions, which are very, very specific and they're difficult hires to make. We did also, the Board of Retirement last week approved a contract for an outside recruiter for our IT positions. So our information system side of the equation is where we have the largest.
Right.
The other thing that we have to look at as well is that we've also added positions onto our the books. So for example, on the retirement benefit specialist positions, we increased the number so that vacancy may stay at 20%.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because the number has grown. But we do anticipate on making additional hires. So from a net perspective, there will be more people working at LACERA in the next 12 months.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. All right.
Is that it?
10 items.
And I think she had a question.
Yep, I think we had a couple items that we wanted to have pulled out. One,
The first one.
yep, first one, the real asset structure review. Trustee Me, did you, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, can we take a bathroom break?
Oh, bio break, yeah, by all means. So first bio break here, let's come back at 25 after 10. Yep.
Recording
order so we can keep it moving, particularly for those of us in the
Recording
South
in
Bay
progress.
trying to get back. All right, we've got a real asset structure review.
This is a consent item. but
Yep.
She had a question, so this is the only reason we're presenting.
Gotcha. And then we'll just wait for. There you are.
Hardy.
Yep. No pressure, trustee me, but I think you had a question or two for the team regarding the real asset structure review. So this is your portion of the agenda here.
Thank you, Chair.
Mhm.
I do have a question. Real asset structure review. I thought it's very important structure review. My understanding is it only happen once per year, maybe, or
We do
so-
it twice per year.
Twice per
I'm
year?
sorry,
Okay.
every other year generally.
Right. So it's very important. I read through the whole document. I can see the amount of work put into by the staff and consultant. Thank you. But I also thought since we're approving it this round, as a new trustee, it's a good opportunity to learn, right? My question on slide 8.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Should we allow the staff to make a presentation? Because perhaps the question that my colleague, Ms. Me has might be answered, or perhaps it could be addressed as we get there. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Well, I think since it was a
It's a
specific consent item, she had a point of order with it. Should allow her to go ahead and ask her question, and then they may be able to address it directly without consuming the time for a full presentation. Okay. Yeah.
So on this slide here, my question's on the market risk analysis here. I assume the top table is for the whole real assets portfolio, right? So I'm looking at infrastructure adjacent strategy, that category here, and I see the market risk and GDP being high. I have a little bit of different opinion there because my understanding infrastructure spending from government is that sometimes it's one of the best way to stimulate economic. So when it's in recession, government may spend more in infrastructure as an economic stimulator. It's more effective than like handing out cash, right? In return of the overall the economic multiple as a result. And also improving the infrastructure would improve the efficiency of the whole country's economic. So for a lot of developed country, I see sometimes they would do that. So it's the opposite from the GDP. So when the GDP is really low, that could be a chance that sometimes they want to stimulate the economy by infrastructure spending. So I try to understand why the risk is high here.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Chair and other trustees. So I can address your question. I thought I would just maybe start by saying this slide, and I think the one before it, were not in the structure review presentation we gave last month to the Real Assets Committee. We did add these at the request of a board member to frame the opportunity set that we're dealing with in real assets. So I thought maybe just that context would be helpful. And these materials actually come from our consultant, Alborn. But I would say, we do invest in strategies that include, what I guess we're calling adjacent strategies. So these might be services that support infrastructure investments that may have more business risk than just a direct investment in the asset. So I don't know if that helps to frame it, but I think that's the nature of what we're getting at. This isn't the only types of investments we make in infrastructure, but these types of investments probably have more GDP risk because they're underlying businesses that really are providing these services to infrastructure owners.
And I think for traditional infrastructure, if you look further down on the table, that mid-market infrastructure might be more aligned with what you're thinking as of those traditional infrastructure assets that would have much lower sensitivity to GDP risk and sort of reflected down at the bottom there.
I was thinking about that too, like our portfolio, including domestic and foreign investment, right? So maybe in the emerging market, developing country, maybe that might be the case. Government not spending when they have low GDP, right? So I'm thinking it's different from country to country, that GDP risk for infrastructure, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I also have a question on slide 11. So on the objective here, I see investment sensitive to inflation. When I look at the whole breakdown of real assets, right? Infrastructure, real estate, I would assume is less sensitive to inflation, but commodity is really sensitive to inflation, right? But they're both in this real assets portfolio. I'm trying to understand how do we do that with the objective here?
So on this presentation, I guess maybe the introduction is focused more on the broader real assets category, which includes real estate. I think by the time we get to this slide, we're focusing on just the non-real estate part of real assets, so infrastructure, natural resources, commodities, and tips. So these are the preferences that we want to put in place in the portfolio on the non-real estate part of real assets. And so there is a desire to generally be a source of inflation hedging. I think so that, when in infrastructure, we tend to favor investments where there's a pass-through of inflation in the revenue line for the underlying assets. So not all the categories are necessarily as hedge inflation as well as others. On the natural resource side, I think a lot of that is a natural hedge. The drivers of inflation often are related to underlying commodity exposure or the underlying natural resource. But within infrastructure, maybe there's other elements that we invest in, particularly on the opportunistic side, where I think the inflation hedge may not be as direct.
Understood. Thank you. On slide, this is slide 12, actually, one slide down. I know this chart here is for the entire LACERA portfolio, right? The return enhancement, risk reduction, liquidity. For this real assets, I was assuming we are not achieving the bottom objective, right? We are achieving it by other subcategory investment, but not real assets, correct? Because I'm assuming real assets not as liquid. Is that true?
It's fair that I think in real assets, we have a combination of both liquid and non-liquid. We're building up the private exposure, but right now the majority of the assets in non-real estate real assets are actually liquid. Oh. But our intention is to migrate that to be to emphasize the private side. And this slide is trying to frame the basic strategic initiatives we have across the entire investment office. We have these 5 pillars that we look at to help achieve these objectives or these initiatives, and these are specific for the for real assets. Some of which includes, like in the maximizing stewardship, we talk about participation in LPACs. So that's really a private implementation that helps us maximize the benefits of our ownership rights in private structures. So this is intended to cover what we're doing in real assets, at least the bottom part. The top part is across all the categories.
Makes sense. Thank you. I have one last question. It's going to be on slide 16. It's a benchmark question. What do we use as a benchmark rate here?
So this is a combination of the buildup. We have three categories within real assets that roll up into the benchmark for all of real assets, both with and without real estate. With real estate's the fourth element of the real assets category. So this is the buildup of the infrastructure component, which is a public market benchmark. The natural resource component, which is a public market benchmark for natural resource equities plus commodities. And then lastly, for TIPS, it's the public market benchmark and these are all weighted at the strategic asset allocation weight.
Thank you so much for answering my question, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Very welcome. All right.
Move approval?
Second.
Roll call.
I'd like to make a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I think in the future, and I mean this respectfully, in a situation like this where we have so many new trustees, I don't think it's a good idea to have items that were discussed by subcommittee, like what happened here, and the majority of those trustees are no longer here, except the chair and myself. But I think it's important to educate everybody here. So in the future, I would strongly recommend that in a situation like this, where we're gonna have so many new trustees, that we just hold on and be able to do a full presentation, so that way everybody's is on in the same level as we approve this. I mean, I'm in favor of this. I just want to make sure that my colleagues who are new fully understand this, because this is really important. We gave to staff discretionary authority for investments. We as a board need to fully understand the policies that we adopted, because this is the policy that the staff are gonna follow through. And if we don't understand those policies, we're gonna have problems. And it's our money. I'm gonna emphasize it's our money. So we need to be cautious and make sure that we fully understand. So, thank you.
Mr. Knox made the motion, Mr. Gatto seconded. Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Ms. Me?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Aye.
Ms. Martin? Aye. Mr. Gatto?
Aye.
And Chair Jones?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, so into reports.
No, non-consent.
Oh, excuse me, did I not see the? Oh, okay, that's my fastened it.
Yeah.
This is John and Mark, or no, John, just John, okay, gotcha.
John.
Wait, while we pull up the slides, thank you. And while we're doing that, the answer to the earlier question about US exposure was 72% a year ago. So it's less. So if we can start on slide number 2. This is a recommendation for the Board of Investments to reaffirm our strategic initiatives and approve our annual work plan. The materials and concepts in this presentation are based upon board-approved actions and recent meetings. The plan is designed to, as is highlighted in the highlighted words on the slide, provide visibility, synthesize and document our initiatives into a cohesive plan, align our resources as they are critical, given that we have finite resources. But it's important to recognize that we are always prepared to adapt, and we adapt based upon market conditions, portfolio matters, as well as LACERA specific issues. So if we can turn to slide number 3, and here we do show some of the history, and maybe I'll begin off the page on the left. In the spring of 2019, at that time, board leadership wanted to craft a strategic plan. We made that the focal point of the 2019 Board of Investments offsite. Prior to that offsite, we identified 15 to 20 continuums and polled the board. we discussed the responses at the board meeting, at the offsite, pardon me, and re-voted on all 15 to 20 continuums. After the offsite, we consolidated and digested those results and the discussion. And so now we'll move to this slide, and on the left where it has 2020. In January 2020, we presented that analysis in 4 strategic initiatives with a work plan. And unfortunately, we called it Vision 2020, probably a play on 2020 vision, eyesight. However, it was a terrible name in that we had no insight into how the world would change within 30 days or so. So that was not part of the strategic plan that COVID would unfortunately hit. The work plan and strategic initiatives were named Allocator to Investor. And that name has significant meaning for all of us. Allocator to Investor is a multidimensional journey. The origin, allocator, is in many ways, and this is what we discussed at that offsite and in January of 2020, is in some ways passive. It's not a position of strength. It's where we believe that others should make our decisions for us. It's being disjointed and potentially, working at cross purposes, not speaking with one voice. The destination, investor, is much more intentional. It's informed, it's being unified, it's having clear policies and processes. So that is, the allocator to investor has that origin and that destination, recognizing that the best days are tomorrow as opposed to yesterday. And that tomorrow is always in front of us. It's something that should always be slightly beyond our reach. In 2021, we added a 5th pillar to these strategic initiatives to this plan, and that 5th pillar is TIDE, which stands for Towards Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. Later in 2021, at that 2021 board offsite, we reviewed and did a deep dive into the plan, into all aspects, once again solicited feedback and used that to potentially update the plan. Not with the goal of specific updates, but it was a very good discussion, during, I think that may have been our virtual offsite that we did. So in 2022, we further leaned into the strategic initiatives in 2 dimensions. The first is we adjusted the theme, the title, from allocator to investor to allocator towards best-in-class investor, maybe raising the bar in ourselves even more. And then in 2022, in addition to raising the bar, the Board of Investments formally adopted this as a policy. And that really brings us to today. We're looking to refine a strong foundation, and that strong foundation is really building upon the significant work that the board did last year, and those concepts are reflected in here. And those concepts are really building a dynamic investment program that really is situationally aware yet durable. So if we turn to the next slide, the graphic on this slide, and we actually just saw the middle part of it in the real asset structure review, this graphic reflects our allocator to best-in-class investor framework. It is designed to be read with a focus on the middle column, from the bottom to the top, and then the top to the bottom. Everything that we do, everything, is for our mission to our members. And the P's are hard because of the alliteration, but everything we do is to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits to our members. Period, full stop. That is everything that we do. We do that through our strategic asset allocation. And that strategic asset allocation seeks to enhance returns, which is the blue circle, minimize risks, and optimize liquidity. We talked about some of those concepts earlier, as well as the CEO Santos did in his commentary. The middle column from execute strategic asset allocation down to our mission is enhanced and aided by the left and right flanks. The dynamic investment program on the left, and this is a new graphic for this year, and the strategic initiatives on the right, which is a carryover. These initiatives and approaches are designed to support our mission. They enable and bolster it. So they help our mission, but they are not our mission per se. So we'll go through all aspects of this slide in more detail, and we'll begin with the middle column. So if we could turn to slide number 6. So the most important policy that the Board of Investments has is our investment policy statement. I know that there's some commentary about the number of acronyms that we use. Investment policy statement we often refer to as IPS. And we will be mindful of acronyms, and we'll look to add more glossaries and footnotes. So I apologize for that. So this slide pulls language from that IPS or investment policy statement. And so we could see that on the left side where we have the graphic investment policy statement and section 1A of our IPS. So that's pretty important placement, 1A. That sounds like the top to me, is the objectives of our investment programs, which is to produce, protect, and provide. And I won't read the whole thing, but it starts with produce the promised benefits for LACERA's members, consistent with our mission. So this is really what we do and why we do it. And everything here on the left is color-coded with the overlapping circles on the right. We best meet this mission through our strategic asset allocation. Sorry once again for the acronym, because we have used, I know this morning, SAA. SAA is strategic asset allocation. So that mission to our members, which we achieve through our strategic asset allocation, is in our investment policy, in our investment beliefs. So those are our principles that we invest by. The first investment belief reflects our strategic asset allocation and why it's important. So that, once again, is important placement. The primacy in our investment policy statement of the investment program to produce, protect, and provide, and within our investment belief, the primacy of strategic asset allocation. So this is really important. This is mission critical. In our work plan this year, we have slated, and it started last year, we'll complete a strategic asset allocation study to update that asset allocation, to modify it, not wholesale change, but modifications, and that we do every 3 to 5 years per policy with the best intelligence that we have, at that point in time. We're not clairvoyant, we don't predict markets, but we make educated guess about where markets will be based on factors such as equity risk premiums and where the 10-year treasury is, which is a proxy for cost of capital. So we turn to the next slide. So this area, dynamic investment program, has been a focus for LACERA for many years. There was significant attention on this last year. And as I go through this section, we divide it into 3 categories: robust governance, learning organization, and a principle-based approach. And so we'll begin with robust governance on the next slide. So this slide is a carryover from the November board meeting where we discussed governance. That governance discussion was the culmination of a 6-month plus process led by the board and Committe. At that meeting, the board reviewed and approved a delegated authority framework. And the focus of that was on elevating the board by policy, and also enhancing the focus on board oversight and monitoring. As we can see in the middle of the slide, this is reflected in what we discussed at that meeting as the infinity loop. And if you look at the steps on the left, step 1 begins with the Board of Investments in terms of that most important policy, the investment policy statement. And it goes all the way through step 7, that final step, as it relates to monitoring and oversight. But that's not really a final step because this is a loop. So it's a loop that doesn't end. So as we can see on the right, At that November meeting and in this plan, we connected that robust governance framework to our strategic initiatives. If we turn to the next slide. We use the phrase learning organization in two ways. One, in an aspirational way, also in an actionable way. So I'll go through those two categories. Aspirationally, we should always be better. We should always improve our craft. And we say that at the top of the slide, above the geometric shapes at a loss for what they are, but where we say an ongoing pursuit of self-improvement, adaptation, and evolution. That's aspirational, and we should always be aspirational each and every day. But a learning organization is more than just aspirational. We take actions based upon our lessons learned. And this slide shows some of the learning actions that we've had over the past several years. And I'll highlight some of them. We updated our investment beliefs. And maybe part of that is we moved our investment beliefs into our investment policy statement. That's critical. I think that we can't invest and articulate how we invest and then say we have these beliefs, but they're elsewhere. Our investment beliefs must be in our investment policy statement.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
No, thank you.
John, hold on just for a second. Trustee Green, did you have something? Did you want to wait until the?
Chair Jones, way down to the presentation.
Okay, no problem. Sorry about that, John. Go ahead.
We've standardized structure reviews. We just discussed a structure review. That's critical. We're in the midst of a policy harmonizing exercise. We used to have policies that worked at cross purposes. Policy X said do this. Policy Y said don't do this. So we've really harmonized policy and elevated policy to much more principle-based, which is the next slide, which we don't have to go to yet. But policy harmonization is critical. That allows us to be dynamic and not be frozen by a point in time. Last year, we enhanced operational due diligence. That is critical risk management. We've gained insights from prior investments. I'll think of a good way to say this in somewhat of a euphemistic manner is some of the best lessons come from unanticipated outcomes. Not every investment is maybe a winner, but we can gain wins from every single investment. And so maybe that's turning actions more into the aspirational framework of this slide. And this isn't something that we just do alone. Our third-party advisors are helpful with the journey as they help us benchmark our actions, not just benchmark portfolios, but benchmark our actions and fast forward and avoid inefficiencies. It's one thing to fail and make mistakes, but what we need to do is fail fast and not linger and get mired in inefficiencies. So if we turn to the next slide.
Actually, John, I've got a question here. If you go back, please, on a learning organization. So two things. One is, can you talk a little bit about either investments in data or how data is kind of feeding this aspiration? And if you dare to, if you'd like, you can maybe even talk about maybe what your view of how potentially AI or something may even come into place if it hasn't already kind of in your thinking just in terms of the data. And then secondly, also, what do you anticipate as a level of investment in training or other things for our staff that may enhance their capabilities to kind of execute this? If you kind of just maybe share with us a little bit about what you're thinking, that'd be appreciated.
And if it's okay with the chair, I touch upon that in
different section?
Yes, if that's okay.
Okay, that's absolutely.
Okay. I want to be mindful of this being the board's meeting. But I will, it's in my talking points.
Gotcha.
So we can go to slide 10. And it's coming up somewhat quickly. So over the past decade, we've moved from rules-based policies to a principle-based approach. That allows us to be dynamic. And dynamic doesn't mean tactical, as we don't time markets. Dynamic as in more strategic. And I think it's a critical difference. It unfreezes us as rules, as I just said, are often, time period specific. Rules, however, are important, and we've moved our specific rules to procedures. We've added robust guidelines and practices. So we've got policies which are dynamic, and then rules that are more time period specific. So I think that combination really allows us to be a learning organization, to have robust governance, and take an approach that is durable and can function in multiple time periods. And here in this slide, we can see that principles can be observed throughout our investment program and process. Our investment beliefs are our guiding principles. We adopted investment beliefs, as we can see in the bottom of the slide, in 2016. We reviewed and updated those beliefs in 2022 and in 2023. And we articulated views for long-term, and then these, rather, articulate our views for long-term and consistent practices consistent with that mission to our members. As we move up to the middle of the slide, it talks about our portfolio and our functional structure. Here we focus less on nomenclature and more on common characteristics of various investments. And here we've aligned asset categories and we've avoided kind of name-only distinctions. And I'll give an example of what that means. Our growth category. Historically, growth consists now of public and private equity and opportunistic real estate. Historically, US public equity, non-US public equity, and private equity were three different asset categories. However, as we will see in our strategic asset allocation exercise, they're all different flavors of equity, as opposed to three distinct asset categories. There are differences, but the correlations are very high. So what we've done is focus more on the principle of we have investments that perform well in growing economies, and we group those together, as opposed to create artificial distinctions based upon nomenclature. Within our functional categories, we have consistent structure reviews. That's something that we're focused on. And that allows us to seek adequate risk compensations, for our investments. That's being an investor, as opposed to more random framework, an allocator. That's that journey that we're in the midst of. And we did not approach structure reviews the way that we do now. And I think that's part of this principle-based approach to how we implement the portfolio below the strategic asset allocation level. And that is something that 2 months ago, last month, that we moved into our investment policy statement. So once again, it's elevating that. Moving to the top of the page, at the implementation level, we have a comprehensive analysis based on actual holdings. And this may go back to the use of technology. Historically, we closed our performance books monthly. Now we have a daily close, which helps us rebalance better. We have position level analysis for most of the portfolio. That allows us to really understand what our exposures are to different geographies, different sectors, different stages of a corporate evolution. And that investment in technology, I would say, is critical. An example of that, and we'll hit on it later, is our rebalancing efforts. It's one thing to rebalance where you're underweight with information that's stale, except one day a month. It's another thing if you're rebalancing based upon a daily close, based upon an investment in technology to understand what you have, such that there's more precision to every rebalancing. And we saw in the CIO report that the allocation effect is de minimis. That's because of technology. And that has generated returns for us in terms of the performance of the overlay. So I think that there is a very high return on investment in terms of our investment in technology. And my sense is that will become more important through improvements in technology, be it artificial intelligence and otherwise, as we have access to more tools with various service providers, being, a risk management platform, being, with the custody bank and others. I think that will allow us to be more precise, recognizing that what we're doing is looking forward and the future is unknowable. However, we'll have the best information at any given point in time as we do that. So I think it's absolutely critical. This investment in technology and better portfolio insight also allows us to be a better steward of the portfolio. And the we is a collective we. We have a better insight into fees. We should, we want the lowest possible fee for any type of exposure. We can do that through technology by understanding what we have. Risk management is critical to that, and it's not just risk. It's understanding risk and then managing it. And another aspect are voting rights and our engagement efforts. That's absolutely a result of our principle-based approach. And we look, as it's on the left top, to continuously improve due diligence as we combine more modules. We've enhanced over the last several years operational due diligence, stewardship. That's a critical component of our diligence effort, as well as DEI diligence. That's something that since 2018 is part of every single underwriting and monitoring across the portfolio. And it allows us to do deeper analysis. So if we turn to strategic initiatives, on this slide, through the dynamic investment program that has been a collective effort for all of us, that has helped us learn. It has allowed us to focus on strong governance. It's allowed us to be principled. But most importantly, it allows us to improve. And this is a process that we repeat. So rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. It's something that's continuous for us. So the next section delves into our strategic initiatives or the dimensions of allocator to best-in-class investor. These are not standalone efforts, and they're all designed going back to 2019 to support our mission to our members. So on the slide 12, this and the next five slides detail our strategic initiatives, and we'll use a common format. And each of these slides will show the objective of these strategic pillars. In this case, enhance operational effectiveness. Will show progress and aspirations. And once again, the first four were developed following the 2019 offsite. So the objective, for example, for enhanced operational effectiveness is to maximize the efficiency of our resources, internal and external, human and technological, and mitigate various investment and enterprise risks, which can improve future outcomes. So part of the chair's questions related to investing in technology, that is critical to our operational effectiveness, but it recognizes that our resources are internal and external, and the key aspect I always talk about that the most scarce resource we have is human capital. It's absolutely critical. We need to invest more in our team. It's very important. To me, it's important to all of us. And I believe that we enhanced our investment beliefs to better reflect the importance of human capital management. I know it's part of our stewardship principles, but it's also part of our investment beliefs at this point. As it relates to progress, we implemented a digital platform to gather and analyze data. I know that we did that, for example, when we were preparing the last month's tide report, as we were preparing the annual fee analysis. We did that through the first time through a dedicated portal. So the information is ours, and it's in a common format such that we can, we have the data and the metadata, and we can do trend analysis, and it really facilitates learnings from that, over time. But this is something that we'll look to expand. Last year, we completed an operational due diligence review with our partners in internal audit, and this will help us better identify risks across the portfolio. In many ways, investment due diligence is what you hope goes well. Operational due diligence is, in many ways, what can go wrong, and we need to mitigate that because those risks are not compensated. Aspirationally, we always look to improve information for the Board of Investments. That's something that's aspirational, and this wasn't a plant from the question from the chair. We continuously adopt new technology to gain efficiencies. So that's not pandering. That is aspirationally, part of what we're focused on. Optimizing our.
Hold on, Sean, real quick. I think Trustee Gatto has a question.
Yeah, quick question about technology. So you and I have talked about the importance of and the most recent tools that are available to rebalance portfolios and to view the allocations between asset classes on a daily basis. Is there any technology that exists to analyze correlations between asset classes on a changing basis? And is it even possible to sort of update those correlations in real time? Is there a technology provider who offers this type of thing to the extent that it's even possible?
Yeah, I don't have an answer per se. However, in the forecast total fund risk, be it tracking error and value at risk calculations, which do scenario testing, there are aspects that incorporate forward-looking correlations. So my guess is yes, it's dangerous to guess on an open mic, and we'll have an answer to that. I think I don't like to lean over my skis too much. I'm not a skier. I've dislocated my shoulder many times, and I don't want to do it right here. But I think the prudence is to get an answer for that, and we will. And the other aspect to the question is the board adopts capital market assumptions on every time we do a strategic asset allocation. We look at them more on an annual basis. In that incorporates the best information we have at that time for asset category correlations that we use to asset allocate. So every time we adjust a strategic asset allocation, we do it based upon on the best information we have about correlations.
Gotcha. Understood. Thanks.
Gotcha. Trustee Green, did you want to go ahead while we had a pause in the action to ask your question, or do you still want to wait till the end?
Well, I was going to move to approve as submitted. I just, I don't know if that's out of order, but I just want to, I like the compartmentalization with the 5 categories. I mean, you're in it. It can wait. I can.
You sure? Okay, I just want to be sure. Okay, no worries. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
I do have a follow-up, if I may.
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
Trustee.
With regards to Mr. Gatto's question regarding correlation, I was wondering if the consultant can opine on that.
Sure. So I'll go a little further over my skis. I know within a lot of the risk systems that you have available, you can look at historic correlations, and all of those will have functionality to change the relevant timeframes. So whether you're looking at them over 20-year periods or 1-year periods on daily basis measurements, all of that can sort of change. And I think the big headline has clearly been the change in the relationship between stocks and bonds and the inflationary environment and going through the Fed rate hike cycle, and how that's deviated from the traditional relationship that we think stocks and bonds have. Included in the sort of forward-looking projections, you can model those and change those assumptions. That's where it gets into the guessing, but there's certainly tools and technology for the observing. As far as how informative they are for what LACERA is going to do with each rebalancing, I don't think there's much. I mean, we consider them in the strategic asset allocation, and that's based on longer historic timeframes. We take that with a little bit of a grain of salt, and we try to understand the real world environment that we're making recommendations in as well. So that's probably the most actionable way that the board's going to consider correlations. But your managers are also doing that work for you with every single security selection decision they make on a daily basis. So it's being monitored and processed at multiple different layers, but also across the really important thing is that it changes a lot depending on the time frame that you're looking at for each decision.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't sure if Trustee Green, was that a motion? I didn't want to leave it hanging out there. I'm happy to second it if it is.
Yeah, I made a motion to.
Okay, yeah, I'll second the motion just to keep
to,
everything moving.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So the next slide, 13, optimized investment model. And I'll be mindful of time progress. There is lots of activity with the OPEB trust, the smaller of the two investment portfolios that we oversee, including over the last year, the first private market investments made in that portfolio. That is a milestone. We've continued also under progress to make co-investments and secondaries across multiple asset categories. As I've mentioned, I think 3 times already today, our hedging and overlay program has had much success. Last year, the 2 programs generated $250 million plus in gains for the fund, which I think is just absolutely fantastic. Aspirations last year, and we had a presentation, I believe, in October. There was a focus on staff investment committees. We'll continue to refine those committees and enhance them over time. We should always.
Oh, go ahead.
Through the chair, could you take a few minutes or seconds to explain to my colleagues here the role of the staff investment committees and why that is so important to our process here? Please.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Santos, we have a multi-step process as it relates to in the investment underwriting and monitoring process. And we have a analyst or analysts that are the prime person focused on performing diligence and serving as the lead on an investment. And then we have a multi-step process where we have a staff committee where that opportunity is presented, debated in a constructive way, voted upon, yay or nay. And with the multi-step process, it allows us to have follow-up items of diligence. Parallel to that process, there is a separate process that the investment consultants have, where they do their own separate underwriting of an investment opportunity, and staff delegation requires that an investment opportunity has to pass both committees in order for the CIO to consider it.
Thank you.
We've under aspirations also, we always should look and do look to be better and identify risk compensation, be compensated for risks throughout the process of constructing portfolios. If there is a less risky way to gain exposure, be it with less leverage, with more liquidity, lower fee, that's always the expression of that investment we should choose. And that's something that does play to optimizing investment model. And be it the presentation on, be it TIDE, be it on our internal investment committees, we have developed a library for trustees, and that includes videos. So there are video links in there, and that really is a first step in improving the board orientation process. I know that there's been a lot of discussion, and that's something that we are focused on. If we turn to maximize stewardship and ownership rights, some aspects of progress include we've increased over the last 5 years or so proxy voting, where we vote proxies ourselves, to 96% of our available positions from 19% in our global equity portfolio. That really is tremendous, because those are rights that belong to the trust. We've also I don't think it was last year, maybe in the year before, but we restated our responsible contractor policy. It is a very modern policy. We expanded it. And so here it's, RCP, once again, other acronyms, but we have, a very modern RCP. And we also incorporated across real assets the Global Real Estate Sustainability Benchmark, We have asked our business partners to submit data to the GRESB. And once again, it gives us more portfolio insights as it relates to the durability of our real estate and real assets investments. Aspirations, and this is something that we did for our 2020 strategic asset allocation. At that time, we conducted our first climate-aware strategic asset allocation. So this go around, we want to update to what I believe is a pioneering approach, and we should continue that. And I think that we have a leading initiative as it relates to stewardship and governance, and so we should continue to innovate and be a leader in that space. If we turn to fees and cost of capital, this is a big area of focus for all plans. We've had tremendous progress in the area of co-investments, where we invest outside of a typical drawdown structure, where we'll invest alongside a business partner directly. And through this process, we've reduced fees, and order of magnitude, these may be tens of millions of dollars a year in terms of fee reduction, which is tremendous. But fee savings is not reason enough to make investments. We've enhanced returns in the process. We had I believe we showed our private equity returns, for example, a couple months ago, and the performance of our co-investment pool has out-returned the private equity program as a whole over that period. So if we're doing that with less fees and more intentionality in terms of portfolio construction to mitigate risks, I think that's working. That's strengthening our influence on fees and cost of capital, focused on our mission to our members. Another aspect of this pillar is our emerging manager programs. Through our emerging manager programs, we've secured future capacity rights. We've structured revenue sharing relationships, which means both of these aspects that we, LACERA, benefit from the future success of firms that we help grow. So that's a win-win. Aspirations, the top line there is something that is meaningful to all of us, is that we want to continue to be a term maker as opposed to a term taker. We have to recognize that we have agency in all of our decisions. It's something that often we take for granted. And then the last of the strategic initiatives, but not least, is TIDE. TIDE stands for Towards Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity, and it is a comprehensive end-to-end approach to evaluating DEI across the portfolio. We had a detailed report last month. That was our third annual report, and I believe that TIDE is an example of the best-in-class work that we do here at LACERA. As it relates to specific aspects and progress, last year we affiliated with the CFA Institute's DEI code. We're an early adopter of that, and DEI diligence is a core component of our comprehensive diligence and monitoring of every mandate. That's something that we've done since 2018. And as it relates to aspirations, there are 5 pillars to TIDE: internal, due diligence, active ownership, capital formation, and industry advocacy. So going back to the chair's question about investing in the team, I think that part of inclusion, diversity, and equity is giving voice, strengthening engagement, and we do that by investing in the team. So I think that we are adding an extra day each month for the team, where we're focused on building our culture, investing in our culture, having a day to agendize items focused on that. So I think it is absolutely critical. And we mentioned the internal pillar of TIDE first because it's the area that we potentially have the most control over. So yes is the answer. And I think that part of this goes back to, and we don't have to change the slide, is slide 9, where we talk about our commitment to being a learning organization. That's what a learning organization does.
John, so one of the questions I had specifically is just, from my prior experience in kind of management and consulting is oftentimes internal decision groups, there's a group decision-making dynamic that happens that's oftentimes blinded by the group, where they kind of think they are maintaining some objectivity, but over time, there's kind of a conflating of opinions sometimes just because someone's louder than another person or someone, whatever else in that process. So the initial clarity that you wanted to have by the decision-making body just kind of erodes over time. And so the question was, without knowing if there is do you anticipate some level of training or rotation or some other means just to make sure that the veracity of the investment committees don't become too familiar or too, you know what I mean, on that time? I'm just curious about how you address
I'll give a short and long answer. Short answer is yes. The longer answer is we're aware of the risk of groupthink, and we have a working group that crosses the investment division, focus on our internal investment committees. And one of the challenges that was just presented to that group to come back with ideas is precisely the topic that you raise. And our structure in the investment division, not to be too operational, is we have people who work in discrete asset categories, and then we have cross-functional teams that such as governance, such as portfolio analytics that cut across the portfolio. So the thought being is, how do we take advantage of a cross-functional structure and do that across our investment committees to mitigate groupthink? So yes is the answer.
Okay, thank you. I'll be watching for that. I think that'll be something of interest to just make sure that we maintain a certain level of veracity that we're anticipating, right, by the delegated authority, that there's a rigorous kind of process and it doesn't. Okay.
And this is slide 18. This is kind of more nuts and bolts of the presentation. This is the tentative calendar for 2024. The shaded blue boxes show board meetings, a potential offsite in September. Typically have a day and a half offsite. The board has 4 investment-related committees. Each committee meets, at least twice per year. So we put in tentative dates here based upon certain actions that we anticipate for the year for different committees. At the bottom, we show key initiatives identified by the board prior to today. Funding policy, that was a discussion at the offsite. Our strategic asset allocation that review has been underway for the last 6 months. Structure reviews, and we do have an open RFP right now for our real asset minus real estate, credit, and hedge fund consultants. So that is open right now. It's available, I believe, on LACERA.com under potential opportunities. So firms should respond to that. The next slide, on 19, focuses on the multitude of reports generated for the Board of Investments. And these really are key components of our work plan. This goes, to the question just asked, because in many ways, none of these items on here are, off the shelf. Every report here requires significant curation and analysis. And it's not just staff editorials about kind of how we feel because it's Wednesday. There's information in here from third parties. There's information from our consultants. There's information from our custodian and other parties. So this is not, so there's a lot of work that goes into every one of these reports. And here we show the frequency of the reports. And this is a significant aspect of our dynamic investment program, where we talk about robust governance, learning organization, and a principle-based approach, because they're all elements directly and indirectly to these reports. So this is something that we've probably understated how important this is to a work plan, but to me, it's critical. And then the last page just shows, consistent with the motion that was made, that this is a recommendation for the board to reaffirm this plan. And that, Mr. Chair, is the end of the presentation.
Super. I know we've got a motion or anything, but do we have any other questions or anything else before we go to a roll call? Go ahead, Trustee Green.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Yeah, just, I love the compartmentalization. Well, I'd like to start with the mission statement, the alliteration with the three Ps. It has punch. See what I did there?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so I continue. Anyway, but yeah, I really like what you guys have put together in the compartmentalization, and I just in support of the of the whole proposal and the motion. The 5 categories, the aspirations. I think setting goals, even if they're lofty goals, and some of the conferences going to and stuff. Just some key points that stood out to me was the nexus to the OPEB. It's as a this as a kind of a de facto litmus test, getting using everything within this mission, the strategic initiative to kind of help massage, and it's working because the OPEB is growing, and it's getting its own lungs and heart and everything else. So I like that. I like that aspirations. And going after those tech algorithms, especially focusing on the private market, right? Because we don't have that kind of data. We've talked about this before, but with some of the consultants with their databases that they're like I use the bad check writing analogy. You don't cash a check from green and it'll bounce, right? So I'm on the liquor store, with my picture. So, I love that. I love that. And I would encourage you guys, staff, to really focus in on those goals. I think they're attainable. And I think as technology emerges with some of these, I'm referring specifically to private equity, because we don't have that data that whatever tools we can get to, even if it's, a peek into the future and that's just around the corner, that might be enough, and then with the daily reallocation and closing, you have that, you just have some agility. So I just wanted to point those things out that stood out to me, and thanks for the presentation. I think it's really good. My motion still stands.
Without further, ready for a roll call?
Yep.
Yeah,
Mr. Knox?
I have just a few minutes, Chair. Yeah, so we're talking about aspiration, and we are a learning organization. I'd like to strongly suggest and discuss for Mr. Kryman as well, that the staff should inquire about the Stanford fiduciary law class for trustees. I think it will be important to get that information out to my colleagues here. That is an excellent course that you can take. And obviously, you hear from academics, not people trying to sell you some financial product. So I would strongly encourage to do the homework and let my colleagues here know the opportunity to go and educate ourselves regarding the fiduciary duties that are very important and permeates throughout all the work that we do. Otherwise, I'm in support of the motion.
Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Ms. Mee?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Wu?
Yes.
Ms. Martin? Aye. Mr. Gatto? And Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Good morning, formally Tim and Jason, and then of course Jude. So go ahead. You're up.
All right. Good morning, Chair Jones and trustees, and a special welcome to our new trustees. Today, we're going to continue an important strategic asset allocation exercise discussion. And for the benefit of the new trustees, and Mr. Grable just mentioned this in the last report, as outlined in our investment policy statement, we conduct a comprehensive asset allocation study every 3 to 5 years, or as requested by the board. The last one was completed in 2021, for your knowledge. I do want to mention that our first investment belief in the investment policy statement emphasizes that long-term strategic asset allocation is pivotal in determining LACERA's risk and return outcomes. So the strategic asset allocation is our primary tool for fulfilling LACERA's mission. To Mr. Green's joke, that's the punch. We need to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits for our members, and this encompasses both the pension plan and the OPEB trust. So over the past few months, we've engaged in various sessions on strategic asset allocation, initiating a review last July. So these sessions were designed to equip the board with insights for informed decisions on an asset allocation recommendation that will come later this year. And a fundamental part of this asset allocation process is the establishment of benchmarks for each asset category. So today, Makita will guide us through a benchmark review. This review will delve into the essential principles and characteristics of effective benchmarking. It is key to understand that the board's policy benchmarks influence our ability to accurately monitor, measure, and optimize risk and performance across all asset categories. So as we advance in our strategic asset allocation process, this session aims to provide you with the comprehensive information and analysis. And from there, this will support informed decision-making on an asset allocation later this year, which does include reviewing our policy benchmarks. So with that context, I'd like to hand it over to the board's consultant, mainly Tim Filla and Asen Killick.
Perfect, thank you, Jude. You took most of my introductory remarks there, so well done. I just wanted to highlight that one of the new investment beliefs that was added last year is on the importance of governance to LACERA's success. And overall, I would say that having benchmarks and the role that they play in strong oversight of the portfolio is a critical component of that. So to anchor back to that investment belief, which is relatively new, and you're going to hear several topics. We've already delved into some of them already today, but you're also hearing about trade cost analysis, self-evaluation. So really, today is very focused on all of the different tools that you're seeing that provide you with the ability to oversee not just the performance of the portfolio, but the operations underneath that and all of the different contributions that you're getting from external service providers. And that's just going to be an ongoing exercise that you're going to have to conduct. But it's definitely highlighted very much so in this particular meeting. So with that, maybe I'll turn it over to Asen to get into some more detail.
Good morning, trustees. I'll start. Sorry, thought I clicked on it. Okay. Good morning, trustees. I'll start by saying also that thanks, Mr. Perez. You have made some of the comments that I wanted to make. But today we'll be discussing a few critical, important aspects of benchmarking in terms of its use. And it is what is it used for, how is it important, and how it can help with the total fund. But in terms of an definition, it's good to know what a benchmark is. The benchmark is a standard against which a performance is measured. And a benchmark can be used for evaluating the performance of a security, a mutual fund, or an investment manager. So it can be used for a lot of different ways. And for the liquid public markets, usually there are easy to use, good benchmarks like the broad market stock or the bond indices. And then things can get more tricky and complicated as you look into multi-asset portfolios, illiquid asset classes, and some unique asset classes. The purpose, again, was just mentioned. You want to be able to evaluate the performance. And in that, you want to make sure you understand what active decisions you're trying to measure
and then accordingly select the correct, most suitable benchmark. And there are a couple of schools of thought, but most mainly used two accepted schools of thought for benchmarking is by the Bailey criteria, a widely published scholar, and the CFA Institute, which is an industry standard. And it's just, again, as a reminder, you can do a lot of work, and definitely it's good to be thoughtful about the benchmark selection, but ultimately it's not a perfect science. We try to find the best, but again, it's not a perfect science. With that, next page, please. I will just review quickly some of the benchmark characteristics. There's a good overlap between the Bailey benchmark criteria and the CFA, and unambiguous, which really means you need to be able to understand and see what's in the benchmark. Investable, which is basically you need to be able to replicate the benchmark if you choose to use it, and then measurable, on a reasonable basis. And on a reasonable frequency and timely basis, you should be able to measure the performance. Appropriate is that the benchmark you use reflects the underlying manager's style and characteristics, reflective of current investment options. When you choose a benchmark, the manager you utilize should be able to understand that benchmark. And then lastly, specified in advance, it's hard to compete against you don't know. So you need to be able to understand, know in advance what's in the benchmark. And that ties nicely to the next set of characteristics, the CFA, which again, there's a good overlap, but investable the same, accessible, which is one notch higher basically, but you don't want to choose too difficult benchmarks to use. Transparency is practically the same as ambiguity, and then dependent, a manager's performance should not impact the prescribed benchmark return. And then lastly, relevant, which is again about appropriateness. You want to choose the right benchmark, the most suitable benchmark. And then with that, what I would like to conclude my comments for this segment is there are a couple of primary approaches to asset class benchmarking. That includes a passive index benchmark like the S&P 500 index, but an easy passive benchmark. It can be an absolute return target benchmark like a specified number. And then the passive index plus a return premium benchmark. Earlier today, we touched on that, primarily used in private markets. And then the economic indicator can be plus a premium, which can be like the CPI plus a certain number. And then lastly, the peer group benchmark, where you're looking at the return versus a peer group. And I'll stop here to see any questions. And if not, I'll pass it over to my colleague.
Perfect. Seeing none. And we've already alluded to this a little bit. What we're really trying to look at is benchmarking across the total plan is the primary thing that you're going to be focused on here. So really that's just the roll up of all of the different, each asset manager contributes to the returns of an asset class, and then the asset class gets rolled up into a functional category, and then the functional categories all get rolled up into a policy benchmark, which sounds really confusing, but I think once you see a performance report, it's pretty clear, and those benchmarks and roll-ups are all really well spelled out. And then once you're doing that sort of complicated roll-up, there are two real ways of doing it. One is a static approach where you assume that the portfolio allocation is fixed according to certain weights. And another one is known as dynamic. And dynamic takes into account the fact that a portfolio may be transitioning. As you go through the strategic asset allocation review, you may find certain asset categories to be more or less attractive, which then puts the portfolio into flux. So a dynamic benchmark seeks to account for that transition over time. You can also take a hybrid approach where you use a static benchmark, but let's say use 3 different implementation periods. So there's a phase 1, a phase 2, and a phase 3, and you set static benchmarks for each one of those. Typically, you don't want to see benchmarks resetting every year. You want to be measuring something that's consistent, and so that leads some folks to use dynamic benchmarks just so that they don't have to keep changing what that calculation is. It just states that it's dynamic based on the weights from the previous month or the previous quarter. In LACERA's case, you're a mature pension plan that's Already, I would say, highly diversified across all major asset categories. So the shifts that we're going to be making, I would call probably likely to be more incremental. So most likely we'll be talking about recommending a static benchmark when we go through the benchmark recommendation process. The other way of looking at things is a peer group benchmark, and you'll see these in all of your performance reports where we do look at similar sized institutions with similar objectives, so basically large public pension plans, and we'll use that as a group to benchmark you against. It's not something that we formally recommend as, to use as your policy goal, but it is super helpful. And we go through a process with staff each quarter where we do performance deep dives. So we're looking at benchmarks for each of the different asset categories, and also looking at the peer benchmarks for those. So there's a lot of benchmarking versus peers, but in your performance reports, it's really going to be the policy benchmark is going to be the main focus of those reports. And then, of course, just for your overall purposes, you still want to measure against the actuarial assumed rate of return, but only over long periods of time. That's a fixed number. It's much less relevant on even a 1 or a 3 year basis. But as you do start to get to larger periods of time, you should be hitting that hurdle somewhat consistently. So with that, we'll go to the next slide, please.
Real quick, Tim, when we say best-in-class investor is kind of our target, is there such a thing as a best-in-class benchmark? I mean, there's a grouping of big benchmarks. Do the best-in-class measure against a discrete set of those benchmarks, or is it more prescriptive to whatever the plan definition and all the other kind of things are from that standpoint?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say that there's a best-in-class benchmark globally, but as you look at it on functional categories, I think you can say yes that there are, but at a total plan basis, the implementation approaches, whether using a functional framework or not, there's a lot of different considerations that go into how you do it at the total plan level. But certainly there are industry standards, right? Some modified version of the MSC ACWI IMI is generally utilized quite heavily. And when we do make the recommendations, we'll highlight, this is more or less the industry standard for that particular asset category. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's a total best in class. I do think, one of the interesting things that has emerged is using that peer group benchmarking. You are seeing that as we've been tracking that LACERA is emerging, is that your statistics versus your peer group benchmark have looked incredibly good over the last 5 years. So we hope to continue that. But for the individual benchmarks, not so much best in class. There's a lot of nuance behind it.
What threshold now at $75 billion, what threshold do we kind of move into the next class, if I can say that? Like, when do we, this is not like Premier League where you get relegated and delegated, but like, when do we kind of, get advanced to potentially to a different peer set, or do we always kind of stay within a certain peer set and we may just end up the larger of the peer set?
Yeah, I would say you're already the larger of the fully grown up, like most mature peer set at this point in time. And I think that probably happened quite a while ago.
Yeah. Okay.
And we have number 23rd of the largest pension fund. So we are bigger than some of the states' pension funds.
Yeah, and then once you start getting into sort of the international sovereign wealth funds and some of there are a lot of different mechanics on how they operate, as you saw during the governance review.
Yeah.
So right now we have you in the U.S. large pension fund peer group, and yeah, you've been in that category for a while.
Okay.
So the next one, if we could go to the next slide, please. So here's just a quick example of how you calculate a static benchmark. There's nothing really revolutionary here. You take the individual weights of each of the asset categories, and then you multiply that by the performance for any given period, and that should be your straightforward, simple calculation of how you got at your total plan benchmark. The next one shows the dynamic benchmark. Next slide, please. Oh, There we go. So similar concept here, except for what you see in the allocation column that can change from period to period. You can set it so that it's prior month, a prior quarter, something along those lines. You may also use a dynamic approach, let's say for a particular asset category. So for plans that don't have fully mature private equity investing programs, you may say that your growth policy benchmark is going to be split between what you have in public equities and private equities, but as you're ramping up your program, you'll look quarter by quarter and you'll slowly start increasing your allocation, but you'll use your actual allocation for private equity so that you don't have a big mismatch of what's going on. I don't think that's going to be something we're going to have to use with LACERA coming up after the strategic asset allocation, but just wanted to show you the sort of different methodology here. And then next slide. So challenges to choosing the appropriate benchmarks. I think this one's fairly important. Most of them really come from as you look at illiquid assets. Public market securities, whether it's stocks or bonds, as Eisen highlighted, are generally pretty easy to find appropriate benchmarks for, whether they happen to be international or domestic or global, investment grade or high yield or somewhere else in the credit space. Pretty easy to point to matches there. As you go into alternatives, you're talking about on one hand, trade-offs. So as we go through the strategic asset allocation exercise, you'll hear about a return premium associated with private equity, which is meant to be compensation for the illiquidity of that particular investment and the complexity of those types of investments. So over long periods of time, you would expect them to outperform public markets. So typically, we like to recommend utilizing a benchmark that sort of highlights that trade-off. So you would expect to have your benchmark express a premium over the public market equivalent. And that's what we'll end up recommending. But there's tremendous mismatches. Trustee Mee already pointed out in that one period analysis for the global equity or the growth bucket, had several years of outperformance, and a lot of that was attributed to the strength of the private equity program. But in the short run, when public markets are up as much as they have been this year, private equity will often lag. It's reported on a quarterly lagged basis, and just generally doesn't have the market sensitivity. It's more based on exit multiples and entry multiples that they're seeing in their space. So you will have periods of lag. We still think a benchmark like that is appropriate for measuring private equity because it does fundamentally try to address that trade-off that you as investors face. But we do also recognize that in shorter time periods in particular, you're going to be subject to some mismatch. The alternative to that is using peer groups. So you could use one of the peer groups for private equity, and you would be able to see essentially how other people who are investing in private equity are doing, which is helpful. And that's one of the exercises we do when we do the quarterly deep dive with staff. But there are a lot of different things that happen with the construction of those peer group benchmarks. You have certain survivor and reporting biases that go into it, selection bias, and then of course mismatches in implementation. If you were to take a private equity approach that includes more or less venture capital for one reason or the other, there'd be a pretty substantial mismatch that you might have with a peer group benchmark. So we tend to lean away from those, but then utilize them in that secondary function when we do deep dives with staff and reviewing performance, et cetera. Maybe I'll pause there and see if there are any kind of questions, because this really is the big challenge, right? You're going to be asked, most likely at the May meeting, to approve these benchmarks, some of which we're going to highlight later in the presentation that we think are 100% perfectly relevant, appropriate, all the rest of the characteristics that you're looking for, and some of them that do have flaws. So I'd love to see if anyone has any questions at the high level before we dig into what you currently have as benchmarks.
All right. Bueller, anyone? All right, nothing. All right, go ahead.
Perfect.
Please.
That,
Yeah.
I'll assume that means we're doing a good job explaining it, or that everyone's totally lost so far. If we could go to the next slide. This is where we sort of summarize the benchmarks that you currently have. So the table here has each of the different functional categories. So growth, credit, real assets, inflation hedges, risk mitigation, and then overlays and hedges is the fifth functional category, but it has 0 weight associated with it. And then we have the policy weights, which were determined at the previous strategic asset allocation. and then the current benchmarks are listed. We also did a little exercise to sort of color code them and score them. So just to take one easy example, global equity, we already talked about using the MSCI Equi IMI index, which we think is perfectly appropriate, meets all of the Bailey benchmark criteria. So we've given that a score of 6. On the flip side, private equity, to the example I just gave, includes a 200 basis point adder on an annual basis. So therefore, we've called that a 5 because you can't invest in anything that's global equity plus 200. It's sort of a made up premium that you're adding onto a public market benchmark, and there's no way for you to guarantee that you could passively invest in MSCI plus 200. So just because it's an orange or a 5 or even a 4, if we were to get to recommendations that might be 4s, doesn't mean it's not appropriate. It just means that it probably doesn't fit all 6 of those criteria super neatly.
Oh, yeah, Trustee Gatto.
When you blend a benchmark on here, like it looks like on a couple of them, you're using 2 benchmarks to come to a whole. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Is that based on our portfolio allocation, or is that just based on an assessment that these benchmarks do not benchmark well, and so best to blend them?
Yes, it's typically based on the strategic asset allocation that you all approve, but we roll up certain categories. So like that liquid credit category is a somewhat artificial construct rather than listing out 5 different credit categories and having too much granularity in the reporting. It in itself is a roll-up category that reflects the asset allocation that you've approved and LACERA's intended implementation.
So for example, like natural resources, our portfolio is roughly a third akin to the Bloomberg Commodity Index, and it's roughly 2/3 akin to the S&P Natural Resources Index. It mirrors those better?
100% right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Makes sense.
And that is one of the areas that will change over time as that particular asset category is, and we talked about it in the structure review, moves from more public markets to private markets. So some of those, those are going to be a couple of the tricky categories that we're going to have to dive into when we see how the asset allocation comes out.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Tim, so just for nomenclature, these are dynamic policy benchmarks for LACERA that were like the MSCI index with the 200 basis points. That's our set.
Yeah, that's
a policy benchmark.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the policy benchmark for that asset category, and then that sort of static and dynamic really rolls up to the next level from the asset category up to whether you're looking at it within the sort of functional category or the total portfolio level.
But it's dynamic.
Whether you set it and forget it, right? So it would be essentially on this page, not deviating from the policy weights that we have here, or in a dynamic framework, are we acknowledging that there's some transition of assets over time such that we're going to allow that to fluctuate, and we're only going to record previous month values or previous quarter values, and that's how we would deal with a transition period, essentially.
I guess what I'm trying to rubber band together is that our policy benchmark is again, nomenclature dynamic because it's acknowledging our portfolio, right? So that policy benchmark is structured out of that. I mean,
yeah, I would say it is dynamic from sort of a, like verbal definitional sense of it, right? It's responsive to whatever you all approve in the strategic asset allocation, but it's not dynamic in the sort of textbook definition of how it's used here, where it won't fluctuate, right? Like if you use a static benchmark, that static benchmark will apply from now until the next time you do a strategic asset allocation review 3 years down the road. There won't be any like dynamism necessarily to it over that period in time, but it will absolutely, the benchmark that we have today certainly doesn't have to be the benchmark that we have once we come out of the other side of the strategic asset allocation review.
Yeah, Trustee Mee.
Say not investable, but it's measurable, correct? Assuming, for example, the third one here, you have a benchmark that is measurable plus 225 points. So there's something that is measurable, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, so it's meeting many of the criteria, but it's not meeting all of them. And that investable was the one thing that you're probably not able to do. And then the other one that sort of jumps out would be like liquid credit, where we have a fully load sort of rolled up or composite type portfolio benchmark. The implementation can be a real challenge there. So that also, it may be impossible to implement it perfectly to how the benchmark is set up.
Yeah, they relate to the earlier question they asked on the chart, the benchmark for the whole portfolio, must be measurable to have that chart there to show the historical data.
Exactly.
Thank you for confirming that. The other question here on this slide is on the liquid credit here. Do we have multiple benchmark for this, this category? I see 4 of them listed under liquid credit.
Yes, I mean, technically for the liquid credit, all of those components based on their weightings, when you roll that together, is the benchmark. But then you do within the reporting, you'll see within liquid credit, you'll have a high yield manager. So those managers will be using the high yield index. You'll have bank loans managers. You might have managers that have multi-credit flexibility, and they might have a blended benchmark as well. But it does have, I would call it, 4 components to the benchmark. But it is one benchmark just because we're using those weights and holding those constant throughout the period.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I saw one more. Was there one other question for you? In composing a benchmark, is the risk more that it's too low, right, in our estimation, or is the risk that it's too high?
Yes.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, I think it's both, and in particular, when you look at an organization like yours that has a really broad stakeholder group ranging from your beneficiaries to the broad public that's monitoring the performance, to the sort of political elements that go into county contributions and all sorts of different things. There's risk to having a benchmark that's too hard to hit, and there's risks that are associated with having a benchmark that's too easy to hit. And you have to understand all of the different motivations. And I think, we're a third-party entity that you're utilizing, right? But there are also investment programs that, staff may have a high degree of their compensation set to outperforming benchmarks. And then you really want to be very careful in making sure that they don't have very easy, there's just a lot of different components that can go into the motivations for particular things one way or the other. In particular, when you look at a category like private equity, where that's 200 basis points, we try to use a data-driven approach that shows what private equity returns versus public market returns have been over the last 10 years. If we see anything changing in the future, obviously that landscape is becoming a little bit more competitive over time versus how it was 20 years ago. So we certainly don't want you all to look bad because in your reports it says you haven't hit a benchmark in a while, and you might have at the same time your actual plan could be performing in the top of the peer group.
Right.
So we want to make sure that there's some, consistency there, but it's, there's incentives and disincentives on kind of both sides of how you might set it.
No, that's fair. I just want, and I assumed as much, but I think it was helpful for us to kind of understand that context as we're being asked to kind of evaluate what that is. Are we being asked to break a 4-minute mile, or are we being asked to just finish under 5? You know what I mean? Like in finishing under 5 puts you in the 95th percentile of all mile runners, right?
Yep.
That's out there. Okay.
We do want them to be reasonable and achievable, but not too easy.
All right.
So with that, maybe we'll just skip the next one is the OPEB plan. So it mostly utilizes similar building blocks, but there are some implementation differences. I expect that those will narrow somewhat now that the OPEB plan has been growing and there are different service providers in place there. So I would expect more convergence between these two as we go to the next allocation. And then I guess maybe just in the interest of time, kind of on the next slides, we go category by category, but you all have had a chance to review them. So, Ison, maybe if you just want to pick one slide to kind of show how we did the benchmark scoring, and then we'll see if they have any questions on that rather than go through.
Absolutely, that will be perfect because I was again going to say some of my storm thunder was already addressed, but between some of these pages. But if you just start with the very first one, the private or growth for private equity, and this was even addressed earlier today during Mr. Grable's comments too. But LACERA uses the MSCI ACWI IMI, a public equity benchmark, plus a liquidity, in this case, a liquidity premium, which is a 200 basis points, to use as a benchmark for private equity. And that is appropriate because it represents the return potential plus the liquidity premium. And but ultimately, when you think about the 6 criteria, when you use an illiquidity premium over a public benchmark, it makes it less investable. And that's why it's a 5 out of 6. And I hope that explains how the methodology works when we're calculating the benchmark score out of 6. And I'm happy to skip the rest or
Yeah, and I
go to
think
the
the one thing
summary.
I might add on to that is when we do bring recommendations back, we will certainly show you how they sort of quantitatively score within this framework. But then also, for those of you who've been here before, we'll have alternative benchmarks, right? Like one might be a peer benchmark, and it'll ultimately be up to you all to decide which one you like. We'll make an affirmative recommendation, but we'll also show you some alternative approaches for the ones that are a little less straightforward. And so I guess with that,
I think we're good unless we have any other questions. Oh, go ahead, Trustee Knox.
Just a quick one, since you mentioned the fact you're a third-party entity that's assisting us. How does your role with other clients inform, your work on benchmarking? Does it help having LACERA in the mix? Is it a challenge to do different entities?
I think it's beneficial to work with lots of different entities because you get different perspectives on it. So I think the more clients that we work with under, reasonably similar circumstances, you still learn a lot from each one of those exercises, the individual preferences and things that come through. So, yeah. And I think, some of the things that we've done with LACERA, like the development of the functional framework that we're utilizing and other things, we certainly utilize that to benefit our clients when we go through and we think we have something that's interesting that we've developed in collaboration with you all. So,
And then likewise, we're benefiting from things you've garnered from other entities too.
Exactly.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so allow me to do this as the, from a chair prerogative perspective. I know we've got 2 trustees that have hard outs coming up here, so I'd like to transition to closed session. So we'll empty the room of the necessary people and let's be ready to come back to order at 10 after for closed session so that we can give some time for our folks here to go through that.
Just to be clear, are we gonna go to the investment items or the legal existing litigation item first?
Maybe we should just, go first. Let's go ahead
Litigation.
and go to the litigation thing first.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will just ask the investments team to step out for this item.
Recording stopped.
We don't need them to vote on that thing, do we? That's just a briefing.
Recording in progress.
All right, you're up.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Jones and trustees. Today we will be presenting an educational session on trade cost analysis, also known as TCA. The objective of this session is to provide the board insight into our manager oversight process. Our manager oversight process involves both investment due diligence and operational due diligence. TCA is one of the various reviews we conduct for our operational due diligence process. As alluded to earlier in John's review of the strategic initiatives and work plan, operational due diligence touches upon LACERA's enhanced operational effectiveness strategic initiative. The intention for today's meeting is to review the TCA process at a high level, but can follow up with detailed analysis should that be of interest. We are delighted to have our TCA consultant, Mr. Vinod Pankyanathan, Managing Director at Zeno Abel Solutions, to present today's educational session. He will go over his firm's approach to TCA and briefly discuss the global equity portfolio's results. Mr. Pankyanathan's full biography is in the appendix of your board materials. Prior to giving Mr. Pankyanathan the floor, my colleague Adrian and I will discuss TCA in the context of LACERA's portfolio and how it relates to LACERA's initiatives. Starting on slide 3, when our investment managers conduct trades on LACERA's behalf, there are associated expenses with these trades. TCA is essentially the evaluation of expenses incurred when investments are bought and sold. Investments can be bought and sold on LACERA's behalf by managers for a number of reasons, including purchasing new stock ideas or selling stocks for risk mitigation, rebalancing, or cash redemptions. These trades occur through brokers who facilitate each transaction. The cost of each transaction is influenced by factors such as trade size, strategy type, and liquidity. The ongoing monitoring of trade costs is a critical aspect of our manager due diligence efforts and helps ensure that LACERA's trading activities are executed efficiently and effectively. Moving on to slide 4 on why TCA matters and its associated benefits. Effective management and reduction of trading costs can lead to improved performance and increase the probability of meeting our portfolio return goals. TCA also helps uncover any adverse trading patterns that might mitigate our goal of achieving best execution. Beyond performance, TCA provides increased transparency and risk management. This is particularly relevant for separate managed accounts or SMAs held at our custodian bank. Securities held in SMAs are registered in LACERA's name, in which LACERA has beneficial ownership rights. SMAs enable a look-through into LACERA's individual holdings, which allows for detailed analysis of trading activity and costs incurred. Additionally, this gives the global equity team insights into our investment manager's trading strategy. Finally, TCA facilitates compliance monitoring of trades and broker usage. This not only reinforces good governance practices, but also offers invaluable insights into managers' adherence to our contracted investment guidelines. It's worth noting that while TCA has many benefits, it's not a perfect science. Analysis of manager trading activity must account for the market environment and nuances of each strategy. On slide 5, we take a look at how TCA aligns with our broader strategic initiatives. Monitoring of TCA is not just a standalone process. It aligns with LACERA's broad initiatives. In terms of strategic asset allocation, TCA may enhance returns while reducing risk of underperformance. As you heard from John earlier in the discussion of the 2024 strategic initiatives and work plan, this is in line with LACERA's objective of moving towards best-in-class investor. As it relates to strategic initiatives, TCA directly impacts 3 of the 5 initiatives: enhancing operational effectiveness, maximizing stewardship and beneficial ownership rights, and influence fees and the cost of capital. We enhance operational effectiveness by mitigating investment risk, which is accomplished by ongoing monitoring of our managers' trading activities. Through separate account structures, we are able to garner insights into managers' trading patterns. This correlates with our maximized stewardship and ownership rights initiative of safeguarding LACERA's economic interests. And lastly, we are able to minimize costs and thus improve investment returns, which is in alignment with our strategic initiative to strengthen influence on fees and the cost of capital. Transitioning onto our operational due diligence process on the next slide. As discussed prior, TCA is a crucial component of our ongoing operational due diligence efforts. Zeno is LACERA's TCA provider and has been conducting TCA for LACERA since 2010. Trade costs are reviewed in collaboration with Zeno as part of our quarterly due diligence process. The team follows up directly with our investment managers on any outliers observed. This ensures that LACERA's interests remain prioritized in all trading activities. Slide 7 provides context and background as it relates to LACERA's global equity portfolio. The global equity portfolio is a significant part of LACERA's assets and comprises about 1/3 of the total fund, $74 billion in AUM. As of November 30th, the global equity portfolio was approximately $24.2 billion. The global equity portfolio is among the most liquid and frequently traded asset classes, and thus making TCA even more critical in managing the associated costs and risks. I will now pass the presentation to Adrian, who will cover TCA in more detail as it relates to LACERA's portfolio.
Thanks, Ron. So next slide, please. So on this slide, you'll see an expanded view of the global equity portfolio. So in total, there are a total of 12 manager mandates divided into the following subcategories: passive strategies, factor-based strategies, and active strategies. In total, the passive strategy exposure is about 64% of the portfolio, with the factor strategy making up about 22%, and the active portfolio making up about 14%. So as seen in the table, the largest single allocation of the portfolio is to SSGA, which stands for State Street Global Advisors, and is the manager that LACERA uses for passive exposure to the MSCI ACWI IMI, which is the global equity portfolio's benchmark. The goal of the passive position is to track and replicate the performance of the ACWI IMI. The next largest allocations are to the US and non-US factor-based strategies, which are managed by JP Morgan. So together, these two allocations make up about 22% of the portfolio and are designed to identify market factors that drive stock prices and invest in them. Lastly, the active strategy managers make up about 14% of the portfolio and seek to outperform a manager-specific benchmark. The manager benchmarks largely depend on the strategy of each manager and can vary widely due to the type of security, region, and several other factors. Of the three strategies listed, active strategies will typically trade more frequently than passive and factor-based strategies. It should be noted that LACERA is able to conduct TCA on 11 of the 12 manager mandates in the global equity portfolio. Next slide, please. So slide 9. Slide 9 gives a very high-level overview of the two main components of trade cost analysis, which are direct and indirect costs. We'll go into more detail about these two subcomponents on the next slide. However, the main takeaway is that by breaking trade costs into these two main subcomponents, we're able to evaluate and address each subcomponent with the manager and see where improvements can be made. As mentioned on the previous slide, trade costs vary significantly by strategy, so in order to compare the relative performance of the individual managers, we need to compare the trade costs of similar strategies. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we see a more detailed breakout of direct and indirect costs. So as seen at the graphic at the top, direct and indirect costs play a significant role in trade cost analysis. The graphic at the top tries to show some of the costs that affect and are considered when implementing a trade. Expanding on the information from the previous slide, you'll see a more detailed description of direct costs, which are directly charged and are the easiest and more straightforward to quantify. They include things like broker fees and taxes. Indirect costs are costs that are indirectly charged on the trade and are a little more difficult to measure. These comprise of things like order size, delay costs, indirect charges that mainly differ. So looking at indirect charges mainly differ from direct costs in that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, trustee me.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question on the slide.
Sure.
On the situation here, right? Thanks to the orientation from, our Mr. Rice, the legal
presentation that we have the meeting there, alone, one fun fact from it is that LACERA don't pay taxes, right? So I have a question on this equation. If we don't pay taxes, why we have tax here in the calculation?
So these are just an aggregate of some of the things that are considered and do apply across TCA. And so, like you mentioned, taxes are variable. I'll let Vinod.
Patrick Jones might take the
Yeah,
question. Trust me, while we don't pay taxes, we have what's called tax reclaims. So when you do a trade, we still have to pay taxes, and then we reclaim those taxes later. And then there is some foreign areas where we do have to pay taxes that they don't follow U.S. tax code. So that does happen in that area.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so indirect charges mainly differ from direct costs in that no money is directly billed or transferred from one party to another, but rather are costs that are incurred as a result of various order and market characteristics. So next slide, please. So as previously mentioned, trade cost analysis is most effective when the results of a manager are compared against other managers with the same or similar investment strategy. So as a reminder, strategies can vary by region, market cap, and investment approach. So by aggregating the results of managers with similar strategies, we're able to see how a specific manager ranks against its peers and how improvements can be made. The table below is intended purely for illustrative purposes only. The numbers and managers here are hypothetical and are essentially shown to show how a variety of factors can influence the outcome of a trade. So taking a look at the bottom row of the table, this row aggregates individual manager values that are highlighted in blue. This allows us to compare each individual manager to the collective average. So by taking a look at the average across each separate area, we're able to dial in what areas need to improve on with the managers. The main takeaway here is that the areas highlighted in blue are just a small glimpse of the areas that can affect a trade and are illustrative in nature to show how benchmarking is done and how it's used. I'll now pass it on to Mr. Pakian-Nathan, who will cover TCA in more detail.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. Go ahead, Trustee.
So I know this presentation is for educational purpose, and then I appreciate that. I do want to get the educational value out of it. I know this table here is a simplified, concept, to illustrate how the costs coming from, right? Like you described earlier, the indirect cost is really hard to capture in real world, but we simplify it in this table as a concept, right? So I want to understand the concept here. What I did not get is that if you look at the manager ABC, and everything look at this table is about cost, right? What kind of cost we have on top of the order price. And then follow the equation. I calculate the execution price by the total payout, the total payout divided by the number of share. And then I did not get to the same number here. That's one thing. And the other thing is we just talking about cost here, no return yet, right? So the return should be all negative. So what I didn't understand is that for ABC, AB is negative, C is positive. How do we get to a different number like that?
It's a great question, and Adrian, if you don't mind, I'll take that.
Sure.
So just again to Adrian's point, and thank you, Ron and Adrian. This is an illustrative diagram here, and essentially the way that you'd go about calculating costs would be to compare the order price against the execution price. The other fees that are shown, the broker fees, the taxes, and the other direct and indirect fees are additive on top of that. So when we get data, let's say from a custodial bank or from a manager, that data is delivered with transaction prices alone, and all the other fees are shown as separate columns within that data. So if I was doing the math here, I think the math could work out, not necessarily the total return, but if you were to compare the execution price versus the order price, essentially what you do is you take that 513, which is the average, subtract the $5 from it. This is a sell example. So you would have a trading gain of about 13 cents. You'd multiply that by the shares, which is about 3,000 shares, and you'd come out with your total transaction gain in this case, which is possible. I mean, you could have, if you're a value manager, you could be buying or selling into prices that come toward you. So you could actually have a transaction gain. And I think this, from an illustrative purpose, was meant to show that the soft costs, the implicit costs, actually garner gains. Broker fees, taxes, and other indirect fees are always going to be negative, to your point, Trustee Me. But I think from an illustrative purpose, what I would do is, again, take that math, add in the other fees on top of that, and that's how I'd come up with my costs. And typically, when we look at fees or costs, we're looking at them in basis points, except in the US, where commissions are shown in cents per share. So as a matter of convention, we look at costs in terms of basis points, dollars first and then in basis points. Does that make sense?
Not entirely, but I don't want to take too much time from this presentation. I'm okay,
Great. Great. By way of introduction, so we're a firm that consults primarily with asset owners, pension plans, and mutual fund boards. We've got a dedicated group that speaks to them, and typically what we do is we work as an extension of the fund.
Right.
We work in close partnership, as Ron pointed out. We will have calls at times with managers representing our clients, and LACERA is no exception there. But in terms of doing our work, we've got the single largest database of pension plans, which spans about $7.2 trillion in terms of equities. We use that data a couple of different ways. We segregate, in addition to looking at that data for benchmarking purposes, we actually take that information and break it out by manager and by strategy, not unlike what a full service consultant would do. But what it allows us to do is make comparisons based on the strategy being employed by managers, both to invest funds, but also to trade them. So with that said, the next few slides do three things. First, it kind of describes what our overall philosophy is and how we actually measure costs. The second is actually it gets into a little bit of the granular data that Adrian's covered already, so I won't belabor that point. And then finally, there's a slide that speaks to the relative nature of LACERA's costs versus our universe. So moving on to the next, we're 2 slides forward here. I skipped over the introductory slide. If you can go to the nice, pretty graphic. We start off by looking at data from a couple of different sources, either from managers or from custodians. We pull that data in, and as I mentioned, there's a bunch of columns in that data. We focus on the essential data. We supplement that with market information in order to kind of come up with these measures that we've talked about already. The explicit costs are reported to us directly. We're not doing any magic there. But where you actually find the measurements occurring is where you actually apply algorithms to the data to figure out where a manager actually started to buy or to sell a security. We compare that to transaction prices and come up with an estimate of costs. But on top of that, we put that data into our databases and supplement it with the benchmarking that I've referenced earlier. Look at peer data as well. We provide reports on a quarterly basis, and then on the basis of that, look for outliers based on specific managers, but at the fund level at an aggregate as well. The goal therein is to help optimize costs on a per manager basis by following up on specific due diligence items from the data, from the reporting. So, and just to summarize there, our reporting, while it's quarterly, we're looking at trends in data. First, for a minimum of a year, and then looking back at a 2-year period. And on an annual basis, we do a full look back on a per manager basis so that we can see if we've captured everything that we needed to look at. So if we move on to the next slide here. There are 2 key things that I wanted to kind of point out. First, the approach that we use to measuring costs is called implementation shortfall in the industry. And to put that in simple terms, all it represents, and in very simple terms here, is the process of building and unwinding positions by managers. So the process of first buying into a security and then selling out of a security. In most situations where a manager has to trade, they first, because of their constraints, have to sell a security before they replace it in their portfolio. So when we look at costs, we're very aware of that fact. Now I'll touch on it again when we move on. If you look at the bottom graphic there, implicit costs and explicit costs together make up this concept of implementation shortfall. But the key point to take away from this graphic is that when we look at costs, what we're trying to do is put costs in the same framework as returns. The slippage that occurs from the point where a manager makes a decision to trade to the point where that stock actually enters or leaves that portfolio. Moving on to the next slide here. To illustrate how this might occur and why there might be slippage, why those implicit costs occur, there are several different entities within a money manager which influence both the trading decision, but also the investment decision. So you've got analysts and portfolio managers who meet by committee typically at least once a week to establish the list of stocks that they're going to try to buy or sell. Based on those decisions, orders are then created and sent to the internal trading desk. That trading desk will then take that order and either keep it as one piece or break it up and send it to different entities to trade. And those entities could be direct to the market, so the exchange, could be brokers, or could be sub-entities within brokers, like dark pools. But those the process of actually sending those orders out is not especially difficult. In today's electronic age, it's pretty seamless. It happens pretty quickly, but there is still a delay that occurs, and that's where those implicit costs come from.
And the delay is a function of what? Is it just purely a function of technology? Is it a delay? Is it a function of something with the manager and the process whereby they push the button? I mean, like, what's the contributor to the delay?
There's several factors. One of which could be the size of the manager. So some of the largest managers might have very illiquid orders, which might take a little while to get executed in the marketplace. So that's one of the factors involved. Who the manager is, their ability to access liquidity, the kind of methods that they use to interface with the market, again, direct to market or exchanges, and so on and so forth. But I think the single biggest contributing factor is the process that they use. So when they choose to buy or sell a stock, depending on who they are, they might choose to chase a name. They might buy into a rising security or sell out of a falling security, so-called momentum trades. And that influences how long it might take to find the liquidity on the other side. Liquidity providers, on the other hand, and that's the example that we had on the earlier screen, that Adrian had on the earlier screen, where you're a value manager and you actually provide liquidity to market, the immediacy of a trade might be right there. You might be able to get that trade done quite quickly. But if a manager's prudent, they might actually want to take their time in getting that trade done because they might get a better profit on it, a better price.
Got it. Okay.
If we move on to the next slide, and I think Chairman Jones, with the answer that I gave you kind of touches on a couple of the points here. The actual stock picking style of a manager makes a difference to how they go about trading.
Right.
But the two are not synonymous. Not every manager is equal in the way that they go about trading. Not every manager has the same processes in place. So a growth manager, a so-called growth manager, who might look at buying into a rising security, might actually take a fair amount of time to trade. In which case they might end up paying up to trade. Their cost might be higher. The opposite might be true for a value manager. So that's important. Both the process that they use to pick stocks, the process that they use to trade, but the turnover, the amount that they turn each dollar over that they hold, makes a difference as well. And some of that is, again, dependent on the strategy of the manager. It's stated in their Form ADVs, available online. But it's also dependent on the strategy of the actual trading team within the firm. Usually, the portfolio management and the trading team work together very closely in conjunction with each other. The goal is to optimize that. And in our work with LACERA, one of the things that we'll talk about is the details there. So how does this manager go about trading? Why are costs at the level that they are? And how can we help to optimize that?
So question for you further there, and then if our responsibility on the side of it is to kind of quote unquote optimize, right? That then is that a function of the managers, right? Does that go into selection? Or is it a function of monitoring and then coming back to them and saying, hey, upon further analysis of the last set of trades, we find you as one deviation outside. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how do you use the insight. Like, I get what you're doing and why you're cutting at it. Just trying to figure out, okay, well, what do we now do with it? How do we leverage it to the benefit of our members?
Great question. And I think you're hitting the nail on the head. Is this an a priori exercise or an after the fact exercise?
Right.
And I think it could be both. So a prudent manager would be looking at costs before they went to trade. and they would be looking to make sure that their costs are optimized. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily the function of our work together. Our work together is typically due diligence, and that is looking at the facts and actually helping to optimize. That's the focus of this product. Now, we do have ways in which we can look at things beforehand, and that's during the manager selection process. So if you have a finalist list, for example, could you pick the lowest cost manager, and is that always prudent? And I think the answer there is, this is back to a question that was asked earlier. With regard to returns, you want to optimize not just to costs, but to the final product, which is returns.
Right.
And so the goal here, the exercise here in terms of optimizing costs is again to maximize returns. That's a fundamental,
So one last question, and it might have been in the presentation, and I'm just now as we're having this conversation, been across the and I can't remember what it is that we spend, the number that was in there, what do we spend on our trading on an annual basis on our equities, but is the optimization benefit to us, that is the chance at enhanced returns by having a better eye on the trading cost control, what's the net benefit to us? I mean, is it $2 million? Is it $20 million? Like what, like?
Great question again. And if you flip the page here, if you move on to the next slide, please. There's a little graphic, and there's a couple of ways you can look at this. So as I mentioned, we've got benchmarking tools, and those benchmarks are not akin to a performance benchmark. These are trading benchmarks, which are in the framework that Tim mentioned earlier, more dynamic. They're trade-based and stock-based. That's one way of doing it. But what I've got here on this page is the universe median broken out by those categories at the top. So for small caps, the average or the universe median is about 101 basis points. Whereas for LACERA's managers, it's about 70 basis points. So you're ahead by about 30 basis points. But that's not typically the full story. So even though we're measuring things from an implementation shortfall perspective, what we haven't accounted for here is turnover. So that's the chart on the right. So if I was to do the math purely on the chart on the left, your outperformance, just taking those basis point numbers and multiplying them by the trade values that your managers had, works out to an outperformance of about $4.5 million across those 4 different strategies.
Okay.
So that's one way of looking at things again. But to a point that I think Adrian had on one of his slides, TCA, transaction cost analysis, is not a hard science, nor is trading. There is a bit of art to it. And so rather than saying, here's the hard and fast rule or here's the hard and fast number, this is why we talk about optimization.
Right.
And the goal, again, in looking at due diligence questionnaires, which is one of the things that we'll help clients send out to managers, is not to hold managers' feet to the fire, but it's more of a fact-finding operation.
Okay.
So with that said, I mean, I've talked a little bit about the chart on the left on this slide. If you look to the right, one of the factors that is key to this overall trading performance is the amount of turnover. So what we've done on the left is measure raw costs versus the universe. And on the right, we've adjusted those costs for turnover rates. And costs are each way. You first have to sell a security before you can return to the portfolio. So the simple math that we've done here is taken that 31 basis points, for example, for the small caps on the bottom left-hand corner, multiplied it by 2 for each way, and then multiplied that by the turnover rate. And the turnover rate is the number of dollars traded divided by the number of dollars placed with a manager. So let's say, for example, if a manager trades $1 million a year, but you've placed $2 million with them, that's a 50% turnover rate. So that would be a factor of 0.5. So the overall outperformance is fantastic. LACERA, while we might rank funds in the aggregate relative to all of their peers in our universe, that is typically not the goal. The goal is to look at each manager, to look for outliers, and help to discuss why those managers might be outliers. If we move on to the last slide here, before I turn it back over to Adrian, TCA is an important tool. It's embedded. Transaction costs are embedded in every manager's trading. Helping to bring those costs down is one of the goals, but it is not the goal. Optimizing those costs is really the ideal here. And one of the other quick points that I mentioned as an aside, TCA, while it's an imperfect science, often provides great insight into managers' processes and how we can address those. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to Adrian.
lastly, is there any, since using manager selection, is there any other correlation that certain managers with a certain strategy that have a more optimized TCA on average are just better managers, period? Or is that not, there really is no relationship necessarily to the performance? It's just a function of whether or not maybe their costs just aren't optimized?
That's a great question. And that is something that we've actually started to look in on our data. I mean, that would be a fantastic collaboration between Makita and ourselves, ultimately. But we do look at performance in our data. The returns are a little early, and I'm using that word in a different way, of performance. So we don't know yet. But historically, when we've looked at just the efficacy of measuring TCA, and we've been doing this for a long time, so 3 or 4 decades now, that there is a little bit of a correlation. Not as strong as you would think it would be, but there is a correlation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions, trustees? Did you still have a close? Did you need to stick the landing at all? I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
I think we'll nod 10-10 landing, but just minor closing comments. So again, LACERA will continue to meet with Zeno on a quarterly basis just to continue to review LACERA's transaction costs and diligently follow up with managers if anomalies are discovered. So again, this in turn will allow LACERA to continue to optimize its operational effectiveness and minimize the drag on performance. And so this concludes our remarks.
All right, good. Thank you. Very good job, Ron. Thank you. Oh, still, okay, yeah.
Oh, you guys are good.
Yeah, your guys are good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and I think Lynn just reminded me that there was a cleanup item. I think you wanted to see item D pulled through there. Did we have, is Scott here? Yeah, okay.
Sure, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, trustees. Happy to give a little bit of background on the item, if that's...
For the benefit again.
If that's useful, sure. So as many of the trustees are aware, LACERA is a member in the Council of Institutional Investors, or CII, so yet another acronym this morning. CII is a member-based organization that has employee-defined benefit plans with about $4 trillion in assets. It's both public pension plans like LACERA, as well as Taft-Hartley labor plans, corporate plans, and asset managers representing about 40 trillion in managers in assets. The primary purpose of CII is to advance strong investor rights, good corporate governance practices within our portfolio companies, prudent regulations at the Securities and Exchange Commission, and collaborate with peers to advance common goals. We have long been involved with CII. For example, trustees attend conferences that happen twice a year, often leading trustee roundtables. I had the privilege of representing LACERA on the board of CII, where I was currently chair of the board for a number of years. Dale Johnson has been on the board, and John Grable is currently on an advisory committee with CII. And we remain active on a number of fronts. This item has been placed on the agenda to let the board know that CII has opened a window for nominations for its board. The board has been asked to be apprised of these opportunities when they come up. The board has also in the past asked for our viewpoint to try to size up without necessarily predicting the future, but to what extent might there be opportunities for LACERA to put somebody forward. And as laid out in the materials, at this point, we are aware of our kind of prominent recent history on the board, as well as active interest amongst some of our peers and colleagues to run for the board. So we are not putting forward a name for the board's consideration, but the window does remain open if the board would like to consider a representative from LACERA to be nominated. I would note that the advisory committee that John serves on is often perceived as a possible pathway for board service. So at some point in the future, John is well positioned But really, given our, history, certainly anybody from either the board or staff could also step forward. So that's the background on the item, and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation and for the background. I do agree that this is a very important organization. And I have been involved with that organization for years. Been involved in elections as well in that organization. So I think that the best method to proceed is to have a CIO whenever it's appropriate, be the candidate for the CII board. He stands the best to get elected to the board. Given my history on that board and how many times I ran for that board as a trustee, I think the best way to do it. And after all those efforts that I made at CII, I suggested a CIO at the time, and he was elected. So CIOs, the staff get elected, you got elected as well, and Mr. Johnson as well. So I think my suggestion is that make that opportunity to the CIO whenever the CIO strategically and the representatives of CII deem it appropriate. That's the best way to proceed.
Okay.
We don't need a motion or anything for that, do we?
Nope.
Okay, good. All right.
Just a staff direction.
All right. Was there any particular question or something that you had about it?
Trustee Santos obviously want to agree to, I think that the approach, feel like it's such an important, organization that we have a footprint there. Of course, thank you for service, both you on that board. I think it's important to continue to have that footprint there, have our representation there, have our influence there. So.
Great. Yep, thank you. And of course, this by no means diminishes our day-to-day contact, collaboration with both CII as well as peer members. So thank you. Yep.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, we have,
No clue where we are.
we are. So we're gonna do, I have 2 items for staff review.
Okay.
So the first item is Trustee Gatos requested a discussion regarding PAI, and Trustee Santos requested information regarding the Stanford Law Educational Program be provided to the Board of Investments. And we don't have any items for future agenda, so good of the order.
So, good of the order, again, just for the benefit of our trustees who may not know, this is kind of our opportunity to, say congratulations to the Dodgers or whatever it is that you want to kind of literally for the good of the order. So it doesn't necessarily have to be specific through here. So why don't I go ahead and start off with our experience side, and then I'll let you go. Vice Chair Knox, you have something?
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. Yeah, certainly want to welcome the new trustees and look forward to working with you. Don't hesitate to reach out. I've learned a lot from my peers, as well as just engaging staff, even before the meeting, sometimes just to ask for clarification of something, just so I better understood it. You'll meet somebody that acts in my capacity, Elizabeth Ginsburg, who Ms. Martin knows, Trustee Martin knows. She can fill in when I'm not available to attend, but looking forward to working with you, looking forward to your leadership, Chair Jones, for this year, and working with you in terms of the BOI. And other than that, Happy New Year to everybody, and good meeting. Appreciate all the effort of staff. That was a lot of good content and educational content today. Thank you.
All right, so then Trustee Santos?
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Happy New Year. Really good to see all of you. And thank you to the staff, as always, for the tremendous presentation. Do want to congratulate new leaders on this board. It is certainly a lot better regarding selecting the leadership that we establish on a rotation basis. So it's good. That means that everybody will get the opportunity to be the chair.
Yeah, I didn't think 3.5 years ago I'd already be here.
Right. So it's important. I do want to congratulate the two newly elected trustees. I think your service here is tremendous. Remember, we represent 194,000 people now. We got to remember that, and that's why we recognize the member, because we need to remember. And too bad my other colleagues are not here. We need to remember the reasons why we're here, and that's to service our members. It's critical. And that's why I made the comments earlier with regards to the tremendous customer service that we have, because a lot of our members, 194,000 members, many of them are retirees, have gone through the process here, and the other ones who will be coming eventually and have dealings with this organization. And that's something that the Board of Retirement should be proud of, because on the Board of Retirement, we look for the customer service that we provide our members. This is not like going to the MV, coming to LACERA, and we care a great deal for our members. So I really thank you for asking all those questions. I think it's important, because those questions help educate your colleagues on this board. It's critical. And I'm very happy that you took the time to read the material in order for you to ask questions. Believe me, I will be able to sleep at night knowing that we have trustees that are engaged and care for what we do. Very important. So I don't have nothing else to say. Just enjoy it. Make sure we get to the 100 billion in another 5 years or so, which I've no doubt we're going to get there. Maybe not in 5 years, but sometime nearby. So great to see everybody, and see you next month.
Thank you, Trustee Santos, and then Trustee Me.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to say thank you to the staff and consultant for preparation for this today's work. Great work, thank you. And then thank you for everyone, and Linda included, supporting me, onboarding to this new role and supporting my new role. Appreciate that. I want to echo a little bit what Trustee Santos said. It's about what we do in here, the meaning of what our work here. 190,000 members, including their spouse, their partners. How many people they're impacting? Who can do the math? About 400,000 people they impacted with the work. And those people there, the county employee, a lot of them middle income, or maybe should be at least middle income, hopefully the salary. They might not have the knowledge and the experience to do their own investment. So their salary probably covering their life, and then their pension fund is their investment. So working for the county in return of the pension fund when they retire is their investment. So we can ensure their investment by our expert team here, making sure we grow in the fund, securing in their benefit when the time to withdraw, they have it secure. So our work is very meaningful, very impactful. So I feel like we should keep that to heart, and then give us the team applause. Like we're doing great work here. And thank you. Thank you for everyone's support.
Thank you, Trustee Me. Trustee Martin.
Okay, I think every county employee needs to learn what LACERA does. No joke. I was with the county for 35 years. I knew LACERA. I know a lot of you. I know how important it is. But to actually see all the wheels turning, I mean, my head has been blowing off for 2 months now. What you do is fabulous, and what you do for my family and my county family, which you are part of as well, is so meaningful. Appreciate all the efforts everybody has made. I'm honored to represent the retired employees of Los Angeles County, and I'm honored to be on such a fabulous board and just some really good quality people. I haven't been anywhere where I could say I have worked with this many people of quality. So just want to thank you all.
Trustee or CEO Santos.
Well, you have a trustee Santos, but
That's why I call everybody Mister.
That's right.
yeah, I don't think that'll ever happen. But I just wanted to again welcome the new trustees and the returning trustees as well. I do want to also thank you for identifying that the important work that we do here. We do take it very, very seriously, and we try to treat every member with the respect and the dignity that they deserve, and make sure that they're counseled properly. What I want to mention is that, we're part of, when you become a member of the county family, LACERA is one of the first folks that you actually talk to, right? So the county journey for an employee starts with your orientation when you become an employee. And then there's different touch points, and we've been talking about our strategic plan on the Board of Retirement about the member journey. And we're involved, with not only when you become a member, when you retire, we interact with you. We interact with you even before that. Individuals, they may get divorced. There may be a death in the family, and all of those things have to be processed in terms of updating your LACERA pension fund, right? All the contacts and so on and so forth. And so we not only take care of the county employee, we also take care of their survivors as well. And so we take that responsibility very, very seriously. I can tell you from my own experience where I lost my brother, LACERA did a fabulous job in terms of helping my family through that survivor benefit, because he was a county employee as well. And so I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that we're working at every single stage to make sure that there's touch points, that LACERA will actively go out and talk to our members and assist our members when they really, really need it. And so I do wanted to just take a moment. I'm going to take executive privilege, if you don't mind.
Yep.
It's going to be a little hard for me. I did want to hope that we can adjourn in someone's memory.
Absolutely.
So I lost my stepson yesterday, and I thought it was important just to recognize him. He was a big part of my life, a big part of my career, and he kind of saw the development of myself as a county employee early on, and a CEO eventually of LACERA. And so I just wanted to recognize him. His name is Ramy. And so I thought it was important for me to be here today because it was our first meeting with the new members. And it was important for me to be here. And it actually was a blessing, quite frankly. It gave me a little bit of time to kind of forget a little bit and concentrate on my work. So with that, I appreciate giving me that privilege.
Absolutely.
And so that's all I have to say. And welcome. And he was a big Dodger fan.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that the two people that he met first in heaven, he probably found his dog, Elvis. And he's probably looking for Kobe Bryant at this particular point in time because he's a big Kobe Bryant fan. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Yeah, and then John.
Yeah, condolences to the entire Kryman family. That's a horrible thing to have to go through. So I'll pause on that because it's truly heartfelt condolences. And maybe I'll just finish with I look forward to a very productive and profitable year for us, for the LACERA Fund. That's our mission. And I think that we're going to do it really well and continue to raise the bar for ourselves.
Gotcha. And then lastly, I think one of the things I've commented on before and that I appreciate about the group is that while it's percentage points and basis points and all those things, at the end of the day, there's what we're doing is very civic, very human work, right? We are providing, I think Trustee Mee said it, we are the retirement planners and investors for a lot of folks who maybe wouldn't otherwise have access to some of the best minds and best opportunities that are there. You know, there's the 400,000 because there's brothers and sisters and people associated with those families. And as we had, I think maybe a year and a half ago, we also got a chance to see the economic impact of what these retirees provide to communities and, you know, and shops and other places that is through there. And so that I hope for this year that, you know, as much as we will focus on returns and risk management and all of that, that we always kind of keep that balanced out with just a very human fact that we're here caring for folks. And in doing so, we kind of care for each other, and we'll have some points of disagreement, and we should disagree agreeably. But just remembering at the end of the day, you know, we're trying to provide a civic benefit to 190,000 really hardworking people. And with that said, hopefully the Lakers will get out of their doldrums and continue to perform better. And meeting adjourned.
49ers.
Yeah, that's right.
Recording stopped.
So